a SADC National Committee, and the Vice Chair of the Parliamentary Committee of Defense, Security and Foreign Affairs promised to propose its establishment and funding in Parliament in January 2024. Agriculture and food systems, there was also promotion and development and implementation of climate change pilot projects in a number of member states. So there are quite a number of demonstrations with the idea to scale. Yeah. So that's just a snapshot of some of the progress that has happened in the last year. Obviously, there's quite a lot. I just picked a handful, knowing that the different stakeholders in the room will be sharing in more detail what it is that they have done and how it contributes to or is linked or complements our aspirations. So the last slide there that I have speaks to, let me just put it in a format that I can. It speaks to areas that were left hanging or did not see much progress, or needed, were stagnant. Opportunities, and I'm choosing to frame these as opportunities, but rather as an opportunity as well for us to think through what could be the root causes of this. So, for example, SADC, there was a challenge or an area raised that SADC processes and activities are not broadcast wide enough. Implementation information is difficult to access, and it's not in one place. Where you get it in terms of sources, the credibility of your source, the timeliness of the information, as well as media involvement in sharing and dissemination. Another area that we would want to hear or that presents an opportunity for building on going forward is the establishment and strengthening of SNCs, and as well as coupled with, or rather a link symmetrically made between these platforms and the malinformation or the monitoring and evaluation and learning raw data that is collected, that this information be translated into accessible information for the use of either awareness raising, to facilitate or encourage meaningful engagement by different stakeholders. Successes of member states, I think there was one area where we said most, I think also in the expectations, there was someone who said that we need understanding RISDP. There needs to be more awareness. Or rather, for now it's not about what is RISDP, but rather this is what it looks like. So profiling of the successes of member states in regional integration and broadcasting these activities, particular infrastructure, so for example, some of the different changes that have been made within SADC Secretariat itself to improve efficiency. Those kinds of achievements do need to be publicized and also explained in such a way that links to how this then facilitates better RISDP outcomes. The 43rd summit, the focus or the theme is human and financial capital, the key drivers for sustainable industrialization in SADC. So there's an opportunity there because that is premised on gender transformative education, secure food systems, adolescents and young people who are capable and are able to make the right choices in relation to their sexual health. There's also the room for meaningful inclusion of women in politics, in labor and trade. But then under all of this, if you see there in pink, there are areas that are preconditions or caution areas or areas that would need us to think through as some of the impediments or barriers that would push against progress. So for example, there's shrinking civic space, non-state actor engagement takes various forms and means, and it's important that environments within member states acknowledge this and allow for this, for constructive engagement in terms of achieving our developmental aspirations. The countering of misinformation and harmful narratives, volatile economic outlooks, how to sustain civic agency that cuts across the different levels. You can have a committed community committed to monitoring at the district level, but how do you transfer that passion and interest and those skills to engage with problems that may not be, that are rooted systemically at the national or at the regional level? I think that is something that we all have to think through. The extent of integration of climate action in member state developmental frameworks, there's need for us to discuss that, as well as at the national level, the need for strengthened evidence generation and information management that is then harmonized for easier collective reflection and reporting, especially amongst the social sectors. There are district health information systems, there are national health information systems, there are education information management information systems, there are agriculture information management systems. Whilst these systems may exist and be generating data, is this data useful enough to make policy decisions in real time? Is this data actually being synchronized with what is being fed into the SADC mail system, such that there is coherence and alignment in the evidence? And good quality data enables good quality decision making. We would also want to see whether there is room for harmonization, as some of the data there is quite a lot of cross or duplication of information because of the different roles and institutions that may be involved in information management, information generation and management. And at this level, at the regional level, we feel that it is at the right point that you should be talking about these systems and how they are working, how they are integrated, and how they can easily, the quality of the data management systems would make it easier to extract progress information at a regional level, even for the SADC Secretariat and for member states at the national level themselves. I think with that, I end my input. I'm sorry for going over time, moderator.
Rachel, thank you so much. I think this was really a great summation of the state of play. First of all, starting by acknowledging the fact that there is an increase in the number of conveners, as well as the themes that we are now working in, and also mapping those areas where the civil society organizations, non-state actors have been focusing on and giving us a sense of the progress that has been made. You have also highlighted some of the opportunities that you see in terms of how this engagement can be taken forward, particularly the issue of media engagement, I think very, very important, and also raising awareness and going deep into RISDP, not just in terms of just knowing what RISDP is all about, but where are we? Some of the changes that are taking place as far as the prioritization of RISDP implementation, trying to be very close to that action. You have also highlighted important work which is being done coordination mechanisms. And I think, again, over the next 2 days, we will have an opportunity of hearing how far have we gone in getting some of these coordination mechanisms to function properly. And reflecting on where we were last year, where there was that element of lack of awareness of SADC processes. And I think clearly you've indicated that we have progressed, that there is now an increased awareness of SADC processes, but there's still room to deepen that engagement where non-state actors are given access to national planning and implementation systems when it comes to the RISDP, and the progress being made also on the PFM, particular model law, and also the progress being made with the transformation of SADC PF. We will hear, I'm glad we have also a representative from SADC PF who will be able to give us further information on how far have we moved, what are some of the challenges and opportunities, and how could non-state actors also come on board to ensure that this important entity is really brought into life and starts to contribute effectively. Let me now give our colleagues from Zambia an opportunity of just indicating who is in the room, not necessarily going individual by individual, but broadly the categories of actors, participants that are in Zambia. Zambia, are you now able to speak? I know you've been having challenges with your technology, but I'm told it's now been sorted out. Zambia?
I can see the Zambia room is online, but they are currently muted. If anyone in Zambia would like to unmute your microphone.
Zambia, please go ahead. We can't hear you. You have unmuted your microphone, but we cannot hear any audio. Zambia? We still cannot hear you, Zambia.
Okay, colleagues in Zambia, it looks like you've joined the call without your audio. Please leave the call and rejoin with your audio active.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Jeffrey, we can hear you, but there's some background noise. Try speaking again.
Right. Hello.
Jeffrey, we can hear you, but there's an awful lot of feedback on your microphone.
If you're online, please join online. Just mute your speakers, the speakers and the mics. Hello. Are you able to hear me now?
Much better, Jeffrey. Welcome. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, Jeffrey, go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello.
Jeffrey, go ahead. We can hear you. It looks like Jeffrey is still struggling.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Jeffrey, please go ahead. Jeffrey, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm using my person. Yes. Hello.
Yes, Jeffrey, we can hear you.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jeffrey. Stevie, it looks like we still have challenges with the audio in Zambia. We can hear him, but it looks like he cannot hear us from this side.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Oh, good. Please go ahead, Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning once again to all the consortium members and also the conveners. And moderator, I wish to report that from Zambia, we have a full house. We have the presence of the SADC, who are almost 5 in number, and we have also the parliamentary clerk officials, the SADC desk officers. We have the presence of the media. We have the presence of the adolescent young people. We have CSOs present, drawn from different sectors. We have also farmers themselves, and we have women grouping, and of course we have also so many individuals from cross-border trader, for example, who are also present, and also from the consumer unit. We have also presence of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also Ministry of Finance and National Planning. So we wish to report to the House that for Zambia, indeed, we have a full house. And we have been also delighted and also been grateful that you've given us the opportunity that Honorable Kasune will be able to deliver her keynote speech just to highlight the achievement that has been recorded by the country. So we are very grateful. I think that's the feedback I can give for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zambia, for those introductions. And I'm really excited that we do have a full house as well in Zambia, representing the whole spectrum of actors that are implementing the SADC regional integration agenda. Confirm, Jeffrey, Honorable Princess Kasune is available and is able to come to the podium to give us the keynote address so that I can introduce her.
Yes, she is ready to come and deliver a keynote speech.
Thank you so much. Let me now...
we can just motivate our own, just
As the Honorable Princess Kasune is coming up to the podium to deliver her keynote address, I would like to extend a very warm welcome and a sincere gratitude to Honorable Princess Kasune, who is the SADC PF MP, Member of Parliament for Zambia. Honorable Kasune is going to address us on the topic of accelerating SADC's development through the socially accountable generation and use of public resources. Honorable Kasune, you are most welcome. I will now hand over the platform to you to give us your keynote address. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm going to avoid the echo. Thank you very much. All this. Are we good now? Much better?
Maybe you could mute the mic.
Are we good here? Much better. So sorry, I'm going to leave the podium so that we are more clear. I think we're having an echo, and I do apologize. I don't have my glasses, so I may squint a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great honor to stand in front of you and to actually give a keynote speech this morning. The SADC PF present from all the 5 countries, that is Malawi, Mozambique, South Africa, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The members of parliament present from all the countries mentioned, and indeed my colleagues here within Zambia, members of the Southern African Development Committee, SADC Parliamentarian Forum, all those that have been represented and also online. The government officials present, representative from the civil societies and NGOs in Zambia and outside of Zambia, our media colleagues who are represented here, Action Aid staff, and many other organizations. May I simply say, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to stand here on behalf of my colleagues, the members of parliament for SADC PF. It is indeed a pleasure to be with you this very morning. Let me commend you all for this well-attended meeting, and indeed the theme for the meeting, accelerating SADC's development through socially accountable generation and use of public resources. I stand here indeed well knowing that the theme sits well with SADC PF, and my role this morning is very simple in trying to enhance the dialogue and promote the synergies. I will attempt, therefore, to share some of the experiences which you may want to learn from the Zambian perspective and Zambian experiences. First, you may want to know that the Regional Indicative Strategic Development 2020-2030, RISDP, was being developed. It was the same time when Zambia's government was developing its 8th National Development Plan. Secondly, because of its central location, Zambia is determined to enhance trade and regional integration with all the countries that surround it. This gives it more zeal and determination to ensure that its neighbors equally benefit from its efforts as a country. Zambia is an international pathway for the region and always wants to ensure its agreements enhance and also affect other countries that surround it positively. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be aware that Zambia shares its water bodies such as the Zambezi, Kariba, and many others with its neighboring countries. The co-management of these water bodies is another clear testament of how best we have related in the SADC in promoting not only integration, but also preservation of natural resources. Let me hasten to mention that Zambia has opened up its economy for investment and trade in the region and globally. This opening up itself means that we need to formulate laws and policies to sustain such initiatives. These laws and policies, of course, have to benefit people first, and indeed to the interest of the business within us and our neighboring countries. We have also endeavored to embrace various mitigation measures to combat climate change in the agriculture sector and in the energy generation. In agriculture, we are promoting agroeconomy, and our farmers are now getting into planting drought-resistant seed crops. Furthermore, we are promoting post-harvest measures with the Malambo Declaration. As regards to the energy sector, Zambia is slowly diversifying to solar systems. We believe that these measures are very critical in making sure that we are sustainable, not only as a country, but as the SADC region. Fellow delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the above measures employed by Zambia are just some of the few that I can make mention of this morning. It is that has been made to build its logistical relationship with fellow members. We need to forge ahead. We need to forge ahead and indeed to ensure that we all benefit and we adapt to the current climate change, and also to be resilient, not only for our citizenry, but indeed the nations that we all represent. It is with these few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that I wish you well in Zambia. If you have never been in Zambia, I hope that you do not go back without visiting the mighty Victoria Falls and the mentioned Zambezi River. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kasane, for the keynote address. And you have indeed highlighted the important position that Zambia occupies in as far as the region is concerned, and also highlighted some of the key initiatives that Zambia is pursuing in promoting regional integration in SADC. These are really laudable efforts that Zambia is having. With that, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda. And I'm going to invite the consultant that has been appointed to do a review of the RISDP implementation since 2022 up to where we are currently. So I am now going to invite Dr. Dzirikure Manasa to give us his presentation. Dr. Manasa, over to you. I will be able to move your slides if that's fine with you.
Please go ahead, Daniel. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. So you can, in the meantime, just start by giving a quick intro while I'm pulling up the slides for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, greetings, colleagues here physically present, virtually present, in Malawi, Mozambique, Tanzania, Zambia, Zimbabwe, all protocols observed. Honorable MPs, distinguished delegates, my name is Manasa Dzirikure. The consultant who was tasked to do a quick review of the implementation of the RISDP within the context of social accountability for purposes of informing our dialogue today, and the recommendations thereby, and the work that we will do thereafter. So, yes, this is a follow-up, of course, to our meeting last year. I was privileged to have been part of that and to have conducted a similar quick review. And on the basis of that, I find that it has helped me to improve on the reflection part. So essentially, we are mindful that this kind of work that we are doing, trying to promote social accountability, participation of the citizenry, of the various non-state actors, it's not a privilege, it's legitimate within the SADC treaty. So we should be comfortable around that. We conducted a rapid review over a short period, but adequate enough to inform the reflections of our deliberations today in the areas of health, agriculture, education, climate change, women, gender and development, youth, and also in the area of industrialization, trade, finance, but with a view to depict the extent to which progress in those areas could actually generate resources that could spur regional development. We also added into the areas of disaster risk reduction and management, which I think is kind of cross-cutting and important. I also touched on the strategic management issues of SADC by the SADC Secretariat, in particular around monitoring and evaluation, statistics, media communication, which is of course central to social accountability. So this was qualitative. We looked at the documents, the reports from the Secretariat, the plans. We also touched on some of the things that are happening in the member states, not in depth. Some of the reviews that have been done on the project. I think there was a midterm review that was conducted in 2022. Of course, we had a virtual group discussion of sorts with members of the PSA Alliance. I did a few interviews with colleagues at the Secretariat and my colleague consultants. So our analysis really is thematic, looking at particularly looking about the objectives of the review in the context of the social accountability efforts. So the analysis was really hinging on those public resource management or PSA framework elements of planning and resource allocation, expenditure management, performance monitoring, public integrity, and oversight. I'll look at the findings, but colleagues, allow me to say that I think we have the detailed report. Julie has done a good thing to share that earlier. And I already noted that some of the findings have already been alluded to by the previous speaker, which is a good thing. So I will not detail the outputs. I would rather have us reflect on what are the implications of those outputs for purposes of enriching our discussions. So, and this is not an evaluation, please. This is, as I have said, it's stock-taking, quick, rapid review to contextualize our discussions hearing. So essentially, I will start by saying the RISDP was reprioritized. I think the reprioritization was approved this year in February. But the glaring reason was, of course, that there were too many outputs in the background of limited resources, both financial, technical, human resource, and the need to identify high impact priorities that could be projectized to bring forth results. I think, of course, the challenge with too many outputs is that they don't derive the benefits that are intended by by the regional integration efforts. If you look at the results chain, of course, we have outputs, but we also have outcomes and impact that should actually bring benefits to the people. So, but we also want to understand that with regional integration, not everything that is important at country level should also be prioritized at regional level. There are different, there should be a criteria that defines what is regional, what member states should come together to work on together, and what member states can do at country level. You know, the principle of subsidiarity, where you better do things, you do things where they are best, where they can be best done. So not everything that is a priority at country level can be regionalized. And of course, not also all regional priorities can be implemented regionally for obvious reasons, like was evidenced during the reprioritization, the lack of resources and other issues. But what is important, I think, is that mindful of the reprioritization, there would still be issues, as we have noted also in the review, that would remain priorities even at regional level. But I think it's important then for non-state actors to consider engaging on those with the individual member states towards supporting implementation or promoting implementation at national level of those priorities. So it's not like once they have not been reprioritized, they can't be implemented, because they will still be important at national level. And I think the challenge also at regional level of having too many outputs is that, you know, if you look at the results chain, you want anything that you do, you know, to translate into impact. And impact happens at national level. It's member states who implement. All those outputs will produce the policies, the strategies, the guidelines, the frameworks, whatever they be. The trainings that we do, they need to be applied at national level. So if you push too many outputs that member states cannot implement, sometimes they are overwhelmed, they push back, because of course, at the end of the day, there's always the weighing in of, you know, what is a priority at national level. I'm sure the honorable MP there would tell that if it doesn't have political mileage, it would not be motivate political action. So I think it's important that whatever we do, we need to incentivize implementation at national level. There's a risk that if it's too many outputs, then they are not implemented, and then we can't derive the results out of those outputs at national level. So there should be some more careful trade in. I think also it speaks to the whole planning process vis-a-vis the social accountability framework. Are we planning properly, allocating resources properly? Are we managing allocating resources properly, managing expenditures properly? Are we engaging people adequately for public integrity? Is the oversight properly done in terms of prioritizing and planning? So it speaks to all those things. And just to highlight also, of course, like has been said, that the theme for the 43rd summit was on human and capital, human and financial capital as the key drivers to sustainable industrialization. I think what is important here for the stakeholders here, particularly the non-state actors, is of course what it means politically. This is a commitment by the chairperson colleagues at Secretariat. You can correct me there. the theme would actually be a commitment by the chairperson on what the chairperson would oversee, be accountable for, to demonstrate their leadership in the region around a particular thematic area. So I think for advocacy purposes, there will be mileage in terms of wanting to be part and parcel of the chairperson priority and supporting the chairperson. I think it's in two ways. You support the chairperson, but also you get closer to the chairperson to influence them in terms of accountability. But we also note, I think, that the whole RISDP process is overly overseen by the executive. If you look at the architecture of governance, if you look at judiciary, I think there have been times when the SADC judicial system, what do we call it, have been dissolved for various reasons. And we see now also the progress around coming up with the SADC parliament. But overall, is the executive essentially that's overriding everything. So that's an important thing to note if we want to have impact in terms of our engagement. How do we get the executive toned down to get the other arms, the other constituencies equally engaging in terms of driving the regional integration agenda, and of course in terms of national efforts as well. But I think what is important has been alluded to, of course, is that as non-state actors, we are outsiders, but inside. Inside, yes, we are also recognized by the treaty, play that role, but probably the executive is not always ready to accommodate, even in terms of participation. So found all this top-down is what is characteristic. So what is important is we need to understand how these processes work, how SADC works as a body politic, the secretariat, how it works in response to the body politic, what is our role at national level, how do things work, the planning processes, the strategic points for advocacy, and how do we also support the processes, legitimately, credibly, to be influential. So we need to understand how SADC works so that we can be effective in our advocacy. So let's look at the sectors now. Food, agriculture, natural resources. I think this is a food security issue primarily. And we see that FNR is actually under the pillar of industrialization in the RISDP, implying that it's considered an important tool for industrialization. But of course, what we note is the lack of clarity how that positioning, that elevation as it were, that positioning that within industrialization is going to affect, industrialization of agriculture in the context of, we know probably 50% or more of our populace is involved in agriculture. It's largely subsistence, lack of capital. There are a lot of challenges, gender, women ownership, youth ownership, issues of land. There's a lot that cripples agriculture in terms of its productivity, competitiveness, value, manufacturing value issues that need the capital intensive. So the issue really is, how do we then translate agriculture into industrialization within the context of these challenges? So I think it's an issue that we need to engage in as non-state actors for purposes of advocacy, for purposes also of deriving ideas, recommendations that can help the Secretariat, member states to translate this. So we note, of course, the achievements in agriculture. I think what is important is the their activities, 49% of them, they are actually shared responsibility with member states. I think it's a public integrity issue. Member states, secretariat working very closely together, sharing activities, meaning also that there could be greater ownership of what the SADC secretariat is driving in terms of those outputs, potential for translation, if they are shared responsibilities. But there were priorities that were deprioritized. But when you look at those priorities, you also think it's ironical because they are supposed to have a direct effect on capacitating the agriculture sector for industrialization. So of course, their deprioritization means something is going to be traded off there. And it's an area that probably we want to look at following up. How do we get the deprioritized still, prioritized at national level or implemented or supported? Because once it's deprioritized, there was a justification for that, resources and stuff like that. So it's not likely to, those issues are not likely to come back in the next 7 years or 6, whatever years that are remaining. So how do we get them, because they are important, to bring up agriculture within the industrialization perspective? How do we get them in? I think it's a challenge for the dialogue. With regards to health, nutrition, we also note HIV, SRH, the strategy itself, the SRH strategy being left out in terms of, as a point of focus. We note also a number of deprioritized outputs that would be considered priorities. The whole issue of coordination to support national-owned strategic plans, which again speaks to translating outputs to outcomes, has been deprioritized. So how does that happen? How do the outputs then get translated into outcomes and impact? I think it's a question we need to look at. The whole issue of financing, we talk of resources, but the commitment, follow up on the commitment has not been prioritized, has been deprioritized. So these are issues that are important. How do we get them back to work at the national level, if not regional, at the national level? So I think in this result area, we note also there are a number of outputs or KPIs that were reported that speaks to accountability, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting, either through assessments or through reports that are presented at various levels, which should be commended. But I think what is important is that how is that harmonized, harmonizing reporting, data collection, statistics, for efficient reporting across the sectors. We note also the whole issue of mainstreaming. I think it's something that should be commended as well. There's been a lot of mainstreaming of health in industrialization, in science, technology, innovation, infrastructure, and services. There are issues around the, pharmaceuticals production, drugs, ARV production in the region being prioritized. I think it speaks also to, the issue of resourcing, making these drugs available locally, could also translate to cheaper drugs, easy access, and stuff like that, which could also leverage the resource issues that we are talking about. But I think the cross-cutting issue, I think we should underline this. It's clear that this SADC has adopted systems thinking, systems practice in the planning process. So you find there's a lot of cross-cutting, multi-sectorality, things are embedded in various sectors. So if we don't look at things with that lens, we will miss a lot of things that are hidden in one sector when we are expecting them in another. So I think it's just as important for us to consider that. I think in terms of SRH, although the strategy itself is not coming out clearly, there are a number of areas where HR issues are prioritized, also within the context of HIV, SRH integration. But you also find also in terms of HIV, SRH, and gender. And also you find there's a lot of, as you will see later, there are a lot of gender issues, again, integrated in peace, security, and good governance. So there's a lot of this cross-sectoral, linkages, synergies that are being implemented, which is, I think, a commendable thing. So in terms of social accountability, oversight, or tracking, we need to be mindful, I think, of that for us to successfully, effectively follow up. You would find actually some SRH issues hidden, for example, in education, through the CST or the Care and Support to Teaching and Learning. If you look at that program, there's a lot of issues of adolescent sexual and reproductive health there, with the UNFPA supporting UNESCO, the ESA commitment. So if we don't look out to that, we would think these issues are not there and lose the opportunity to maximize on our engagement on them. We also notice within HIV health, there's a SADC fund, and the way it works, they issue grants for innovative interventions at national level. So NSAs could also apply. It could be collective or individual NSAs applying for these grants to support, to promote some of the work that we see is being prioritized. Education and skills, again, I think we should be mindful of the theme for the 43rd Summit. It speaks a lot to education, to human capital, and we need to be mindful of that as we implement during the year and going forward. Yes, I think in education, if you look at the emphasis on the care and support to teaching and learning, there's a lot of pushing to implement this. There's a policy framework already that member states have acceded to, pushing things at national level. I think there are projects that are being implemented at national level. So you can see also efforts to translate the regional outputs to work directly with member states at national level. So I think it's a strategy approach that we can promote and reinforce. Of course, the weaknesses in the reporting to summit that we have all noted around the outcomes for education, it could be a signal of capacity issues, either in the operationalization of the EMIS, Education Management Information System, or maybe in terms of capacity staffing at the Secretariat. So we could follow up, as NSAs, to interrogate what are the capacity gaps, what can be promoted or supported. Youth development, I think that whole area is now broad. It's if you look at the result area itself, the objective is speaking to youth, to persons with disability, to the welfare of senior citizens. So it's now a broad perspective. So if you are looking at that, there are capacity issues are going to be interrogated at the Secretary in terms of coordination. Is it enough? So it will be interesting to follow up on some of these issues to see what could be the barriers to implement these well-intended, priority interventions. But there have been some notable progress around the Youth Development Fund being prioritized, or no, not being prioritized, yet actually it should be a key issue for youth empowerment. The child protection system, the whole issue of child protection not being reprioritized, issues around disability, and the repository on indigenous and underutilized nutritious foods, which is key to food security. These issues have not been prioritized. So again, like as in agriculture, I think we need to see how we can follow up on some of these issues to get them translated at national level. Climate change, yes, there's a lot of talk around this, and it's a cross-cutting issue, should be a business for everybody. There are issues that have not been prioritized there, particularly around green jobs, around reducing the carbon footprint. But again, in this area, as in other areas, it's important to have that multi-sectoral lens to see where some of the climate change interventions are being implemented, or where they are not, but there are opportunities to advocate or to support. The good thing about NSA is that we also have presence at national level. If we are looking at supporting the secretariat, for example, in terms of tracking how things are going, so we can then use our national presence through our decentralized offices and our relationships with other partners to get some of these deprioritized issues prioritized and implemented at national level. Women and gender, I think what is key around this area is the number of activities, outputs that they are able to derive per year through mainstreaming, through the unit itself at the secretariat, working with other units at the secretariat, and at national level, the ministry is responsible working with other ministries. I think if you look at also even at architecture at the regional level, there is a lot of intersectorality among people who are coordinating gender issues at that level. So I think this could be a case study of sorts. This could be a case study around how mainstreaming can actually work to produce more and for impact. So if you look at the peace, security, and good governance result area, which is in the organ, very far away from where you would traditionally want to see gender issues taking place. But they've embraced the gender issues there to the extent that you find actually they become predominant within their planning process. So this is, I think this is a good learning point. And again, it challenges us to have that multi-sectoral systemic approach to our tracking, social accountability, and to our coordination and being organized ourselves. Then the area of generation of resources for development, I think here we were not so much looking at the outputs for this result area, but again, the extent to which the progress in industrialization is ready or already contributing to generation of resources that can then translate to financing of regional integration efforts. So we note a lot of efforts and prioritization of value chains, in the mining sector. We have spoken about value chains, weaknesses in the challenges with regard to agriculture, We notice efforts around financial inclusion with SMEs, entrepreneurship to drive national, regional economic development. But what is important is that these efforts are still, you know, at the infancy, or they are not yet mature enough to bring about the kind of development that would generate the resources that would translate to financing back regional integration efforts. But what is interesting is you find there's progress in areas like mining. I think in most countries, mining is contributing a lot in terms of foreign earnings. But what would be interesting is to interrogate the extent to which those foreign earnings from mining are actually being shared or used in other areas, other sectors, economic sectors, to improve on those economic sectors. For example, how is earnings in mining? How could earnings in mining be used to improve on MVA, manufacturing value addition in agriculture? So those would be SAC issues, I think. And again, they need to apply the SADC investment climate scorecard to identify investment challenges. The Regional Development Fund, I think this is a development that is ongoing, a good development that should be supported by whoever can support in any way to make it realizable. But of course, also we should be cognizant of high indebtedness of the member states, and the extent, of course, to which this also affects the economic performance. But again, the ability to translate, economic development outcomes or returns into refinancing the same development. When you are highly indebted, what are your priorities when you earn? You are paying for the debt, but you also want to reinvest. So I think those are dynamics that we need to look at analytically and see how we also coin our advocacy messages, our monitoring tools, and the message that we derive from that as ways of recommendations. So there's the area of evidence.
You have
was not highlighted as a point.
Manasa, 10 more minutes if you can try and wind up. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I think 10 minutes is too much. Okay, so it was not highlighted as a way to look at, but I think this is naturally a key area to look at, because evidence, like was highlighted earlier on, learning, statistics, the whole tracking issue. These are key issues that are central to accountability of self and of others. So we notice, of course, the developments in terms of the monitoring system established at the Secretariat. I think there's an online system that's been established. There are ongoing efforts to translate that at the member states level. I think they have trained about 11 member states so far on its use, but only about 4 member states are probably currently trying to use it, which is, of course, a challenge. So the issue is how to support that M&E system to work at both regional, national level, and for everybody, public, non-public, civic, to access and use that system. But of note also is the embracement of the balanced scorecard which is very much easier to use in terms of results-based reporting. I think this is something that should be commended and be built on. The issues around the statistics, monitoring, reporting, member states report to different platforms, SADC, AU, UN, SDGs, and there's already concern that they are crying of, reporting fatigue. So it's important to harmonize this, but that harmonization should also speak to the M&E efforts that happens at sectoral level, within member states, within NSAs, across NSAs, how this should be brought together, how we should actually, I would like to, just, make mention to this grand bargain, commitment. I think it's something that we should do. Think about in terms of when we look at some of these issues of coordination, collaboration, one M&E framework system, however it can be brought about at national level, regional
que
level,
podemos trazer ao nível
between
nacional.
partners. So, and it's interesting
que
also the exploration of use of big data
interessante a
would
exploração
also,
de
complement
dados e também
reporting.
o
So
relatório.
communication is important as much as because that's how that's how we can communicate our tracking to the public, to government, to ourselves, among ourselves. And we notice that SADC actually is not well known if you compare with the AU and the UN. At the country level, the citizens, when you ask them about SADC, they are not likely to know it as much as they know the UN or the AU. Should be reasons for that. Probably is the strategy, the way we engage with member states, with the citizenry at national level. And of course, we know also the SNCs that are supposed to be playing that role. They are not functioning very well. So I think it's just a sign. It's just an indicator. This finding is just an indicator of how much we need to work with the SNCs and the publicity, communication. What is the role of NSAs working with the public system and the citizenry to bring about some of these. So it could also be an opportunity, when you work on communicating SADC issues, it's a trade-in. You also use it as a feedback tool. You strengthen communication, it becomes a feedback tool on SADC issues. So yes, challenges, a couple of challenges. I think we have those that affect implementation at the Secretariat. There are opportunities if you look at mainstreaming, the parliament issues, SADC parliament, the M&E issues, the adoption of RBM. There are a number of recommendations that we have made there. I'm not going to touch too much into those. I think we have them. But what is important really about these recommendations is to try to get us into streams of thinking around what should we do? What should we get into? What should we prioritize? What are the problem areas? What are the opportune areas that we can look at? So, of course, we mentioned, the whole issue of humanitarian development peace nexus, which is critical in terms of, coordinated programming, service delivery. When there is a humanitarian crisis, everything is dropped, or it's either everything is dropped or the humanitarian crisis is not attended to adequately. So how do we bring these together? The peace issues, when there is a crisis, a war, everything is, everything disintegrates. So we should look at the development, humanitarian and peace within a systemic context. Generally, you look at issues towards improved oversight. I think the model law for public finance, financial management, the issues around commitment to coordinating human resources, to coordinating NSA issues at the Secretariat, the need for a physical body there, planning and resource allocation. I think the whole issue of incentivizing. There must be some strategy, some framework that is innovatively designed that speaks to how do we make sure that the outputs we are producing at the regional level are implemented. How do we incentivize implementation at national level? So there must be dialogue around this. So issues around mainstreaming of funding itself, how do we use existing resources effectively, building them or piggybacking on existing funded processes. The same thing with assessments. You find there's a lot of data that is gathered through projects at national level, but sometimes it doesn't find its way to to public use. So it doesn't contribute to official data, yet it's very important, and sometimes it's the only information available around that issue. So there are all these issues that we must think about. Public integrity, I think we know the top-down issues in our countries. How do we loosen them up to get decision making coming from bottom up, and also top-down reporting becoming effective. Okay, I'm mindful of your time, Daniel. I'll stop here, colleagues. I think we have the report circulated. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manasa, for that very elaborate and comprehensive brief on your report. I know your report has got much more detail, and hopefully the colleagues have had an opportunity also of reading the report itself so that they get insights into the detailed findings and also the recommendations. But what I get is that you've given a general picture of progress that has been made since last year in terms of some of the areas in the RISDP that are being implemented, particularly the themes that are being focused on by the partners in this dialogue. You also have highlighted that during the year, the SADC has prioritized a number of areas, but in those areas that have been prioritized, there are gaps. We can see that there are certain important issues that still need to be implemented. And of course, it's really now entirely up to the national state actors to ensure that those issues that they see as important to the agenda are being addressed. So your presentation has given a foundation for the debate, for the discussions. And when colleagues are now looking at their action plans, particularly starting to develop action plans for next year, they will be able to utilize this presentation, this report, as a benchmark in noting where there is progress, what is it that could still be done in order to advance the regional integration agenda further. So before we open it up, I'm just going to give an opportunity to our colleagues from the SADC Secretariat. If there's anything that they would like to comment on, add to what Manasa has presented. Colleagues from the Secretariat who are on the floor, Do you have any observations on the report that has been presented? Of course, this report is not representing SADC Secretariat's perspective. It's an independent analysis that was done by Dr. Zirikure. Colleagues from the Secretariat who are in the room, in the regional venue, do you have any points that you want to add, elaborate, or maybe give further insights on what has been presented so far?
Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, Waja. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yes, my name is Waja Mpile from the SADC Secretariat, from the Directorate of Policy Planning and Resource Mobilization. I must apologize for my colleagues from other directorates who were meant to join, but unfortunately, due to some internal processes, we could not get them in on time. I think some sectoral issues they would have better addressed than myself. But I will just mention a few things that I have observed as Dr. Manessa spoke and as we look at the report. I must hasten to say that what the Secretariat did, which was approved by Council, is a prioritization of projects, impact projects that will be used to drive the RISDP objectives in the next 7 years. Dr. Manassa mentioned quite a number of times deprioritization, and I would want to just maybe correct that and say the prioritized projects do not mean a deprioritization of any of the objectives or outcomes of the RSDP. The RSDP still stands. The RSDP is still the guiding document, strategic document for the region. So I think as he also highlighted, what has been identified are key projects that we believe will give us the highest impact if we are to implement them in the next 7 years. So if, like the doctor mentioned, there are any gaps as observed, I think it's incumbent also that as non-state actors, we can see how those gaps can be filled through talking to our member states or different sectors that are responsible for those issues. And I note the observation that the doctor made also that you see a lot of cross-cutting themes running across all SADC initiatives. And the strategy clearly outlines our cross-cutting issues, which are gender, youth, environment and climate change, and also disaster risk management. So in designing SADC programs, the effort is always to check. If it's a project in trade, we are checking what issues are we addressing when it comes to gender? What issues can we address when it comes to disaster management? So cross-cutting issues are always, to the extent possible, embedded in the SADC projects as we design them and implement them. So I think that is a very true observation, and I believe Dr. Manessa has commended that in the report. There's mention of lack of capacity. I think maybe from a secretariat point of view, or let's say a lack, maybe inadequate. I think that is an observed and true challenge. Generally, staff are a little bit overstretched in their portfolios, and there has been an internal study done on workload analysis, and management is in the process of addressing that. And I must say that Council has also authorized restructuring of the Secretariat, just reviewing based on those activities that have been going to assess the level of work and effort required to do the specific tasks. Yes, and I think, and lastly, I would like to agree. I think this has been a big challenge, and it continues to be a challenge, the issue of communication and visibility of SADC as an institution across the citizenry in the region. This continues to be a challenge, and I think our communications department is well aware of this, and they are putting action towards making sure that SADC is seen in all the efforts that it makes. But beyond that, I think the doctor mentioned the role of the non-state actors. In the last couple of years, through the help of 2 non-state actors, we were able to educate other non-state actors on the role of SADC and its strategic objectives. So quite a number of non-state actors and citizens were trained through this program over the last couple of years. And we are hoping that with non-state actors equipped with the understanding of what SADC does, what SADC priorities are, they will also help us to communicate and make visible the efforts of SADC on the ground to the ordinary citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the SADC Secretariat for coming in and clarifying some of the points that were raised, particularly the issue of reprioritization. That is not reprioritization of the outputs, the outcomes, but more specific projects that are being implemented. And I think it's also important for non-state actors to take note of those priority projects that are being implemented. I think you've also highlighted, quite importantly, the initiatives that are being done at the Secretariat, the issue of restructuring of the Secretariat to ensure that it's more responsive and also is able to address some of the capacity constraints that have been highlighted. The issue of comms and visibility continues to be a challenge. And I think it's really incumbent upon each and everyone to come up with some suggestions, ideas on how can we assist in ensuring that SADC is much more visible and that all the work which is being done by SADC is known to the general population, who are the main beneficiaries, the key target beneficiaries on regional integration. In the initiatives on training of non-state actors, I'm sure this will be an ongoing exercise that the Secretariat will be embarking on, but very laudable effort that the Secretariat has made. So let me open it up now, colleagues, to any comments, questions that you have. We've just put up the slide on Menti. For those that are not familiar, point your camera at the QR code. It will take you straight into Menti, and you can post your question or your comments. And you can do this as we are proceeding with our dialogue, or use the code 43531232 by going on the www.menti.com platform. Alternatively, you can also use the Q&A facility on Zoom in the chat. I see there's a question here. In the recommendations, we've emphasized significance of member states allocating 15% of their resources to the health sector. How about the 10% allocation to the Greek sector? Yeah, so that I think is an important issue, and maybe Manasa, you could also reflect on your findings. Are we making progress in some of these commitments that we have? I will also acknowledge if there are any hands from the floor. Yes, I see there's a hand from Zambia, SADC PF. Please come in. You can also use the mic for you to intervene. Please come in. Zambia.
One T.
Zambia, SADC PF.
One T.
Malawi is still testing your microphone.
One T. Yes, we have some question from Malawi.
Okay, please come in while we're waiting for SADC PF Zambia. Please go ahead, Malawi.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Lumai Victor, a Member of Parliament for Chavuma and a member of the SADC PF. In the first place, I would want to thank all the submissions which have been made by our previous speakers regarding the subject on the table. We are speaking as the SADC countries in trying to look at our successes which we are scoring as governments regarding this important topic under discussion. What I want to state is that as SADC, we are supposed now to know what has Zambia scored, what has Mozambique scored, what has South Africa scored, what has Botswana scored, so that we can move in line with what we are trying to achieve as SADC. Coming from a rural constituency, issues to do with health are of paramount to my people. Issues to do with agriculture are paramount to our people. But honestly, as a member of SADC PF and a member who has been participating in a lot of discussions regarding the subject matter, I think it will be my submission to state that at the level we have reached as SADC, we need to know what have we scored as Zambia in each category, because we are joined by young boys, young girls, members from NGOs and other citizens who are seated with us here. So it is important for them to understand that Zambia is a country under the Ministry of Finance, under the Ministry of Health, under the Ministry of Agriculture, regarding everything which has been submitted here, which I cannot go point by point because it was quite a lot of things which I've discussed here, so that we can know where are we doing well, where are we not doing well, so that we can move in that line. Because if really I got one topic to say, as Zambia, we have done well in this topic, maybe I'll be misleading the people who are here. But honestly, I would present to say that Zambia is a country who have been a member of SADC PF and who have been participating in these workshops and a lot of meetings. There are a lot of things we have scored, and the other SADC countries can bear me witness that where Zambia is not where Zambia was yesterday. So really what is important, Mr. Moderator and the honorable members of parliament and the members of SADC PF from other regions, can we now say what have we scored as SADC, so that we can know which country is lagging behind and which country is doing better. We have got countries who have joined the SADC recently, like the Republic of Congo. We have other countries which have joined the SADC recently. So we need to move in as a team so that when we score, we should score as SADC, not only as Zambia. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP from Zambia. Essentially, what you're proposing is a scoring mechanism where we assess the progress at the member state level. And I'm sure the Secretariat is taking note of this suggestion, having introduced the balance scorecard. So maybe the balance scorecard could also then be done at a member state level, so we know the progress that each and every member state is having. There are a few questions that have also been posted on Menti. The one question that I see is, what are the innovative approaches? Let me see. What are the innovative approaches towards realization of education and skills development, specifically outcome 1? enhanced equitable access to quality and relevant education that we have scored. That's one question. And then the other one is, can we see the approved document of priority? If you can please mute Zambia, thank you. Can we see the approved document of priority projects approved by Council of Ministers in February? I think the Secretariat can comment on that. Then there's also a question I didn't quite get you on gender and development, women, gender and development. You mentioned about mainstreaming, but I think we need to move away from integrating to talk about ensuring women are included in all processes. Yeah, so let me pause here because there are still one or two other questions that I have, and perhaps ask the Secretariat to come in first just to reflect on some of these comments or questions, and then I will invite Dr. Zirikure to also come in and respond to some of these questions as we proceed. Secretariat, please, if you can come in and you can tackle any of these in whatever order you prefer. Thank you. Secretariat, are you able to come in?
Thank you, Daniel. I heard 2 points that I think I can respond to. The first one, I will deal with the last one, which was prioritized projects. Can we share the document? I think we will get clearance from the custodians of the document, the method of sharing, but I believe our national contacts points should have this, and that is our formal channel. If there's any other channel that it can be shared, I think we can update PSA Alliance accordingly. And then the scoring of member states, I think this, I appreciate the Honorable's desires, and I think this was the same sentiment that was expressed at Council and even at Summit, that when a regional score is given, the member states were asking, how have specific member states performed? For instance, some of the things that were mentioned, that 9 member states have been able to achieve this, and such a number is outstanding. And the member states were asking, which ones have done it, which ones have not done it? So it's a sentiment that I think is consistent. And I think the executive management has taken note of it and is considering it in its future reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Manasa. Maybe you could respond to some of the questions that have been posted right here in Menti, and which I have also repeated.
Thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you very much to the distinguished delegates and the comments and questions raised. I think the first one was around the commitment, meeting the commitments of 15% Abuja to health and 10% to agriculture. I don't really have like hard facts on how many countries have done this. But I'm aware that there are a few member states in SADC. I think there could be 2, 3, or 4 that have actually gone as far as meeting the Abuja, 15%. I can't state confidently which countries, unless I want to make a big guess that Malawi could be one of them. I'm not so sure, but there are a few countries that have, I think 3, 4 countries that have made strides to almost meet this pledge, and a number more that are on the way. But the challenge is there's still insufficient financing to health despite all these efforts. And we note also particularly the challenges brought about by COVID and the pressures on funding and resources. So, which would have, in a way, also reversed, some of the gains that would have been made. I'm not particularly very sure about agriculture. I don't have any data around that. I didn't kind of get into that. If there are colleagues in the room who could help shed the light to that, would appreciate. And the important, I think Honorable Chaguma from Zambia, right? Yeah, the importance of this scorecard, I think it's important. I think that's the whole area that of monitoring and evaluation that the Secretariat is working on, with a lot more to be done. I think at national level, the scorecard would be very useful, because regional integration requires member states, comparing, peer influence on each other, learning from lessons, experiences achieved elsewhere. So the scorecard would give a clear picture of who is progressing well, where are the challenges, who is behind. And I think that's the whole area of monitoring and evaluation that requires a lot of investment in innovative approaches to education and skills. I don't have a specific response to that, but just to know that there are a lot of course, efforts in the region, at the Secretariat in particular, I'm sure, with instruments like recognition of prior learning. I think there's a framework that seeks to empower those that would have been left out of the formal education system to be brought back. So there are a lot of efforts in the region, the regional qualifications framework that seeks to, standardize, the education and skills training in the region. Yes, but there could be other issues that probably our colleagues here in could add. Gender and development, I think we gave an overview of what's happening in that area with regards to mainstreaming. Yes, I hear that women should be included in every process, but we see there's still a struggle. I think if you look at the gender barometer that's being produced regularly, we still have a lot of struggle meeting, women quota, women representation in the quotas that would have been provided, particularly at the political level. We see a lot of shifts, sometimes the progress and then regression. So, yeah, there's still a lot to be done there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Manasa. I will then move on and briefly request colleagues who are gathered in the regional meeting just to come in with some questions. Chikondi, we'll start with you, then we go to Rachel, then we go to Julie, in that order. If we can be very brief to allow others. I also saw a hand from Zambia, so I want to ensure that we have each and everyone is given an opportunity.
Thank you very much, and great presentation to Doc. I wanted to follow up on the issue of political alignment. How are we going to achieve some of the targets we have at the region if countries can pick and choose based on their political aspirations? So my understanding would be the region can achieve its targets through countries, but then at this stage, through the report, countries are able to pick and choose. They cannot pick everything that has been put as a priority project by SADC. So how do we ensure there's that alignment in achievement but also there is that systemic sort of coherence in accountability across the region, which takes me to the second one. And quickly, there are tracking tools that are in place. Doc has just mentioned the SADC barometer that is checking gender. We have the CAD that is done by AU tracking, that's tracking agriculture indicators. And we do have those, and we're not scoring so well, but it seems like those scores do not really move us to go into the direction where we can progress. Is there really a need to have like a separate tracking structure or scorecard for SADC, which can really compel countries? Because at this stage, it's about political priority per country. Thank you.
Thank you, Chikondi. Rachel, if you can also briefly come in, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Chikondi. I agree with your question. I really would love to hear more about whether there is a way. I think I spoke about the harmonized way in which data can be generated and used in a practical way, because you can collect all the information and just have it, because also when you have too much information, you end up being stagnant, not moving, because it overwhelms you. My question has to do with the institutionalization of public participation in these processes, the SADC processes. I know for a fact that we have the very big process that's happening with the non-state actor engagement mechanism. I think that's one way of trying to institutionalize and cement public involvement and inclusion and consultation and ensuring feedback loops with non-state actors. But are there other ways that can be explored as an alternative or can be set up to support that? Because I think there's a very big disconnect across the thematic areas that we're talking to on these 2 days between what the people in SADC are experiencing versus what the reports may be saying is happening, versus what the reports said they were going to do. So there are disconnects that are leaving quite a lot of citizens apathetic, despondent, and somewhat pressured to look inward and not necessarily look at, the collective, the greater us. But rather, so any alternative mechanisms or innovations that you'd be open to around public participation outside of the non-state actor engagement mechanism.
Many thanks, Rachel. Julie, if you can please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel, and thank you, Dr. Zikure, for the presentation as well. My question is around the priority projects, and I guess maybe the selection of priority projects as well. I noted that there was a comment that I think in the report as well as on the floor that some of the priority projects were selected based on the existing financial support that they had as well. And one of the recommendations was where a project has not been prioritized, maybe it can still be pursued at the national level. But I think that if there are some that are definitely regional tools, for example, those can't be pursued at the national level. So I'm thinking here of the regional repository of underutilized and traditional foods. I think that was obviously an agricultural initiative, food security initiative, but it's placed under the work with gender and youth and senior citizens. So my question is, if it is just an issue of funding, if there was a generous donor who said, here's the money to do this, would it then be reprioritized? And that is also, that's an opportunity for, of course, international donors, even regional donors to support this kind of initiative, even other NSAs per se. But does that also then question how SADC is prioritizing things? If it's only on the existence of donor funds. And I know that's a controversy that exists because we know that the region at the regional level and even within our countries is dependent on donor funds. But yeah, it would be good to hear comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. And I know some of these questions, it's not just Dr. Zirikure who can answer, but also collectively, as we are debating, as we're engaging, these are issues that we need to think about. Let me take two more hands, and then we can move on. Otherwise, we'll be stuck on this particular agenda. I had seen and acknowledged a hand from Zambia first. And then, okay, I see there is Simon Vilakazi. Actually, let's go gender, be sensitive about mainstreaming. I see Pascaline Kangete, so I'll allow Pascaline to come. And then after that, Simon, in that order. So Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Pascaline Kangete. I work for ActionAid as the Regional Coordination Lead for Africa. And thank you very much for the review, the reflections that you have. And mine is just to explore further review around mainstreaming of gender and the other sectors that you've spoken to. Where I come from, mainstreaming was mainly used by government to kind of spread, commitment with no specific KPIs to measure, for example, impact around gender, impact around youth, impact around, health, education, or, many of those sectors. So, and you have encouraged us as non-state actors to look at some of the areas where some of these issues may be, so that we are able to then track and kind of speak to impact and achievement. But I also find it a bit, I don't know, I find like sometimes state is running away by spreading it and mainstreaming, these things in different ways. And I think you've alluded to it when you have said that we are still struggling with the, inclusion of women, and not just inclusion, but the impact of women on women's lives themselves, impact on children themselves. So what would be your thoughts in terms of this spreading and this mainstreaming? Isn't it easier to have more specific, KPIs that we can measure and that we can be able to score, how, states are doing, and then be able to hold them accountable to their achievement? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Let me move on to Simon, then I'll come to Eric. And lastly, we'll give Malawi an opportunity to also come on board. Simon?
Thank you, Program Director. My question is just based on two issues, but all of them can be summed as a lack of capacity at national levels and also at a regional level. I think there's a need for the region to deal with the issue of whereby, the data that needs to be collected is not collected because it's either at national level, there is lack of capacity. It can be resources or it can be human resources as well, whereby there aren't enough collectors of the information that needs to be collected. So I would just like to check in terms of the SADC Secretariat. I know that the Secretariat is also trying by many means to capacitate member states to collect the information, but we still find that there are gaps in the information that is collected. Is either maybe on focus issues, there isn't enough information coming from the countries, or it will be the issue of not even having people who can collect the information in the countries. So I would just like to check, how can the SADC Secretariat assist in making sure that the information that is collected is comprehensive from all member states so that we know what we are dealing with. We can have a picture of the gaps that we need to be attending to.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, indeed, Simon, for that question on information. Let me move on to Eric Banda. Eric, if we can please.
Yes, good morning. I believe you
Yes,
get
please.
me.
Thank you. Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eric Bandam Siwa from Malawi, a Kuyenda, Fawema Kuyenda corrective champion. And I'm an advocate, and I'm happy to be here this morning just because it's one of the fundamental meetings that I'm attending this morning. But I think through the report being presented that I was really keen to understand the commitment and whatever that has been done regarding the way we are pushing issues and following the SDGs. But mine, I think I would rather specifically target on the education and the skill development. I believe that education, it holds almost, I would rather say it's a backbone of every aspect of whatever that has been raised. Because to understand issue of gender, issue of climate, even issue whenever innovation we're putting forward, I think education has to be prioritized and put much effort into that. And looking at the policy and the planning that was indicated, there are some sentiments and some areas that were put aside, or either the commitment that the SADC were put in place that will push it. But you understand that you find that a number of SADC countries, the education is not fully financed and it's not fully prioritized in the way that we are not really putting much effort to that. So I think I'd rather just wish to understand that. I understand the report is being delivered and the lands is being conveyed over to us here, but it's also very important that we as leaders, we have to push much of energy on how best we can utilize that we have the enhanced equitable and access to the quality and relevant education as per output number 1 that is put in the report. So I don't know how this will be tackled. I don't know, maybe it's a question. I don't know, maybe it's a comment. But my cry as a youth from a local village, I think I'm happy that I'm exposed to the bigger people who have the big voice, who have the capability, who have the capacity, who have the energy to push issues of education. If we need to change SADC, I believe we can more and put much energy on how best this can work it about. As STEM education is only key in the backbone that can change even the mindset, that can change even innovation, whatsoever that we need to apply. So thank you for that, and thank you for your attention, for giving the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Eric. Indeed, you are the leaders that we need to be looking at, not just for the future, but the leaders for now. So yes, while you acknowledge that you're youth, we really appreciate the fact that you are able to also contribute in as far as some of these issues are concerned. And education is indeed a very, very important area. Let me give Malawi a very brief opportunity. If you can then kindly sum up the key issues that Malawi is asking so that we then can move on. Otherwise, we are running now way behind our schedule. Malawi, if you can please come in.
All right. Thank you very much, Daniel. I think a number of questions are in the Menti, so maybe if we can refer to that. But my key area is that we have a number of tracking tools, and especially in the agriculture sector and related sectors, we are looking at the CADIP biannual reporting. So I think the question is to understand to what extent does the data and the reporting in the BR relate to the result framework that we have under RISDP, so that the measures of the measurements as well as the definitions of the indicator are quite the same and they're coordinated, and then what the results are coming out, we are able to reflect and draw plans accordingly. So basically, it's the alignment and the coordination of the different data measurement mechanisms and reporting, and to what extent they also influence the reporting under RISDP.
Thank you so much. Let me then ask again the Secretariat to come in, and you can tackle the questions that were being posed in any order that you wish, just to briefly respond to some of these comments and questions that have been posed so far. Secretariat, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Daniel. Thank you. My name is Amelia Matiti from the Secretariat in the Policy Planning and Resource Mobilization, M&E. Maybe to start with the last question. We do have the M&E framework that we were working on, and that was validated by the member states in the last year on the covering the outcome KPIs and impact KPIs, which were mostly from the RISDP. We're not deviating from the RISDP, but I think we're trying to prioritize and try to limit the number of the KPIs to enable us to monitor easily. The validation workshop was attended and represented the member states, all the member states were represented. So if I got the question well, to what extent are we harmonizing or how the M&E framework is going to help us? I think all the indicators that are in the M&E framework and as validated by the member states are going to help us to monitor the RISDP, the implementation of the RISDP. But going to a question of what is it that we have to help us monitor the RISDP? We have the SADC online M&E system that has been approved by Council and that has been used now for some years in helping us as a tool to monitor the implementation of the RISDP and to gather data in harmony from the member states. In the last RISDP 2015-2020, we struggled a lot in getting data or information from the member states, regardless of us rolling out and educating the member states or the representative sectors on the use of the same. But it is our hope that in this 2020-2030 RISDP, we will be able to receive data, collective data using the M&E online system, because we have now rolled out the use of the M&E online system to about 12 member states out of 16. And we even had a regional workshop where all the member states, I think, apart from Comoros, were represented. And we trained them as training of trainers to go back to the member states to train the other desk officers so that they can help us to collectively collect data on the KPIs of the RISDP. We are still continuing with the rollout of the M&E online system so that the member states can report. In the M&E framework, we also have a calendar that we have standardized so that we can be able to share with the member states ahead of time as to when to report, so that maybe to be able to organize themselves as a strategy to try and get them to report and have a collective data collected in the M&E system so that we can compile and analyze. As I have mentioned, we have been really struggling to get the information and the harmonized collective data from the member states. Unless Daniel can help me with the other questions, but my colleague will also respond to the others. And yes, thank you so much.
Thanks, Amelia. There was also a question about prioritization, these projects, to say if a donor was to come, would you then bring that project back on stream as a priority? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. I think I will try to address some of the questions that my colleague has not touched on that relate to the Secretariat. Maybe starting just to add on to the issue of data collection, I must inform the meeting here that the Secretariat recently signed a new project on regional statistics, which will aim to work with regional statistics, national statistics offices in terms of capacitating them, harmonizing the kind of data to collect, and all things that it's a 4-year program, which is funded to the tune of close to $10 million US. So I think it's going to be an intense program that will help us define enhance capacity to collect data, which is a concern that Simon raised. I will also then speak to the question of political alignment. That was raised by my colleague here in the room. She's touched on issues of how do we hold people accountable, and on issues of achievement rather. I think it's also related to the question that Julie raised of prioritized projects. She's saying if member states can pick and choose, how then do we hold people accountable on priorities? I will answer this question by referring to the process which was engaged in prioritizing the projects. Firstly, I must mention that the prioritized projects are not necessarily funded. Some of them are existing projects that are funded. Some of them are projects in the pipeline where resources need to be mobilized. Some of them funding has been secured from partners. Some of them are even funded by member states. A classic example is our HIV/AIDS program. The HIV/AIDS program is purely funded by member states. So the process of coming up with prioritized projects was looking at the RISDP outcomes and outputs and saying, what is it that we need to do as a region to be able to achieve these outputs and outcomes in the next 7 years? So the SADC Secretariat, different sectors and directorates, including our partners, like the GIZ, were invited. Even other SADC institutions were all present in coming up with these prioritized projects. The management was very clear. Let's be focused on impact, but also not limit ourselves to availability of resources, because resources can be mobilized. And what happened after the development of these prioritized projects? They were taken to council for approval. The council approved them. I think it was in March last year. And then, no, March this year. Yes, March this year. And then this document of prioritized projects was now taken to international cooperating partners who are our funders to try and show them these are the priorities or projects that we would like to pursue to achieve our RISDP goals. And the aim was for them to then appreciate where the region wants to go in terms of execution of the strategy and see where we align and where they can support. So there is no restriction, Julie, as to who wants to fund what or where resources can be mobilized. It is open. The priority projects are not locked by resources, no. There's still room to mobilize resources and support these prioritized projects. I hope that answers the two questions. The last one that I want to address, yes, is the one raised by Rachel on participation of citizens. Is the region open to alternative ways to engage citizens besides the engagement mechanism, which was recently approved. I think I must hasten to say that even before the mechanism, I think we are all aware the Secretariat has been engaging with non-state actors, has signed several MOUs with various organizations, but the mechanism was a way of really formalizing this relationship and making sure that every eligible participator is able to, directly contribute and participate in engaging with the Secretariat. And I think because this is a newly approved mechanism and we are trying to operationalize it, I think as we will talk about operationalization tomorrow, it's important to probably focus on delivering through this mechanism. Where we see gaps, then we can say, if this mechanism is missing here, can we introduce this as we go on? But even before the operationalization of the mechanisms, Secretariat continues as much as possible to engage. It definitely is not enough, as it has necessitated the creation and the establishment of this mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I thought you were going to touch on the political will issue. You had mentioned it earlier. Waja, are you brave enough to delve into that sector? The question.
I think I may have missed the gist of the question on political will. Maybe if it could be reiterated, I could see if it's something in my scope.
Yes, I think it's all around the issue of compliance and trying to ensure that member states are indeed honoring their obligations. And the point that was being made was that we see gaps in terms of the political will to enforce some of these frameworks that are agreed to.
Okay, I will stick to what is in my pay grade. And on this question, I think the new Secretariat management is very direct, and it's very focused on making sure that member states are aware of the gaps, even including political gaps. Where member states have not signed a specific document or ratified a specific protocol, the executive secretary, even in his engagements with the heads of state, he was going with a detailed report to say, as Malawi, you have not ratified this protocol, you have not signed this one. So in terms of feeding back the status to improve that accountability that we're talking about, I think executive management is very focused, and it's very clear on holding member states accountable in terms of the mandate of what pertains to the mandate of the Secretariat. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very, very much indeed. I see a hand from Zambia. This will be the last one that we'll take, after which we'll then move on. Zambia, please come in. Jeff? We cannot hear anything, Jeff. Is anybody on the floor? We cannot hear the speaker who is on the floor, Jeff.
Hear me now?
There's some feedback. Could they switch off the mic and then talk to the computer?
Hello?
Yes, now
Hello?
we can hear. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Please go ahead.
Okay, my attention has been drawn to the report of the consultants
and what he presented. And I've noted that there are quite a number of issues that have emerged there in terms of visibility of general population in a grassroots, at grassroots level, if I may say so. And this is because the people who connect most, the actors who connect most with small-scale farmers, for example, in agriculture, are the non-state actors. And most of them actually lack the capacities or finances to be able to drive the regional integration agenda into the grassroots levels. Now, I also find that there is very limited engagement between the non-state actors and the SADC PF and the SADC National Committee. Now, in a situation like this, of course, we don't expect the SADC regional agenda to go very far. A lot has been done at regional level and a bit on the national level, but when it comes to the beneficiary level, we find very little is happening. Because we see, for example, the SADC National Committee is not effectively engaging the non-state actors at country level. And as I've said, there is very limited resources. For example, most of the non-state actors have no budgets on issues of the SADC initiatives. So you find they are handicapped a little bit there, besides the low capacities that they have. But mostly I would say that the SADC regional integration agenda is not yet reached the grassroots level. So when we talk of a lot of things being done, they are all being done at the top, but we need to know how we should go down to the grassroots level so that even the communities at local level know what SADC is and what it stands for and the benefits they will gain out of being part of this big family of SADC. So my question is, with this low capacity of non-state actors and limited resources and the lack of adequate engagement with SADC PF and the SADC National Committee at national level, how can we move this SADC agenda forward without these parties being involved?
Thank you very much for that question from Zambia. And I think this question is just to the consultant, but it's also a question that we have to grapple with among ourselves. How can we, as non-state actors, build or assist in building the capacities of some of these grassroots organizations that lack the necessary capacity? Colleagues, let's now, I'll give Manasa.
Apologies, Chair.
Yes.
So I have a question, but I'm not online, so I didn't know how to raise my hand.
Okay, you can be very brief.
Okay, thank you very much. So mine is sort of a follow-up question to the evaluation question that has been raised. What I want to know from the Secretariat is that is the Secretariat satisfied with the evaluation performance that is being done with respect to the RISD? The reason why I'm asking this question is because we all know that evaluation is actually critical for us to know whether we have managed to attain or realize the intended strategies or not. And also the other question is like a follow-up again on the issue to do with the member states scores individual, right? Is this data even available there at the Secretariat level? Because here it's not. And also, is the data collection that is being done also capturing even the most vulnerable and the marginalized community within member states? And lastly, how is the Secretariat triangulating its data? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. I will give an opportunity to the Secretariat to respond. But I also wanted to highlight one important consideration, that as non-state actors, we really have to make sure that we are engaging with the SADC national committees where they are present, or the national contact points, the NCPs, including also the SADC PF focal point, because it's really up to you to approach these entities and ensure that they are giving you answers to some of your questions. For example, the question that has been posed here on the prioritized projects, the NCPs have that information, and you can demand as a citizen, as a SADC citizen, to have access to that information. The Secretariat will not pass that information on to you because there are channels and protocols for the communication. Let me then ask the Secretariat to briefly come in, and then Manasa, you can then kind of sum up. We are running way behind schedule, so we need to move on with our agenda. Secretariat, if you can then please briefly come in on the last question that was posed regarding evaluation.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, the evaluation is very important for us to see where we are so that it can inform where we are going. But we have not yet done the evaluation on the new RISDP. We are in preparation for the mid-term review, and we would like to do it as independent as possible. So we are in the process of engaging the independent assessor. But with the RSTP 2015-2020, we did the review and produced the report. I think it is there in the SADC website. If not, we can share it with the members of this meeting. But the question also was, how are we scoring as individual member states? And if at all, the Secretariat has the information on how we are doing, faring in the implementation of the RSDP. Like I mentioned earlier, we do have the system in place that we are using to collect data, which has been approved by Council. Yes, we are using the MNE online system to gather data from the member states on the RSDP, and we do have the information and in the system from the member states that have reported. But unfortunately, the member states have not yet fully come to the party of reporting, and some sectors are not well reported, and there's a very low percentage of reporting because it is annual reporting. But for now, I can show how much the progress that has been made by member states until they report as per the request that is upcoming in the next months. But my colleague will, or if at all we had time, we could be able to show the progress that has been made and presented on scorecard by the Secretariat, which was presented by ES during this council that was just in August. But it is not necessarily on the KPIs or the KPIs by the member states. I don't know if my colleague can clarify that further. But on the vulnerable and imaginable, if I heard you well, you're also asking if this data also includes the vulnerable people. We do have a fully fledged unit within the Secretariat under gender, which deals and covers issues on the vulnerable people and the KPIs. We do have them and they are being reported on as well. But we can also give the progress report, the ES progress report that I talked about, that has reported on the KPIs as implemented by the Secretariat. But there's somewhere where we lose control, and for now we cannot fully give report on what is being implemented directly by the member states. But where the KPIs are combined, the implementation role is combined with the Secretariat and the member states, we do have it under our corporate plan implementation. So we have such progress report. We'll give it a summary in the afternoon when we are given a chance to report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There is a question whether you can also provide information on who are the SADC contact persons at the various member state levels. And I guess this can only be at the level of the NCPs. In other words, if it's Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Secretary for Foreign Affairs becomes the contact point. Is this information that you can also share with the member states in case colleagues want to?
Yes, Daniel, we do have the list of NCPs, and they are the ones that are contact persons in the member states. So we can share it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Amelia. I see Zimbabwe have been pushing, so I will allow you 1 minute if you can then come in a minute. Manasa, I will not ask you to come back on the floor, but instead what I'll do is I'll just run through the questions that have so far been posed, just as a way of also prompting colleagues as we continue with our dialogue to see if we can reflect on some of these issues during the breakaway sessions. Zimbabwe, please come in. We can't hear you, Zimbabwe. You are mute. Zimbabwe, we can't hear you. Okay, it looks like there's a problem with the channel from Zimbabwe, but let me assure you, okay, maybe now you can speak. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there's feedback, so switch off one of the devices. You've got two devices that are on. Either switch off the microphone and speak to the laptop, then that way we'll hear you better.
Oh, can you try now? Can you try? Can you try, Papa? Hello? So you can come in. I'm not sure what's happening, but that's the same mic we use.
Yeah, it looks like it's got two devices that are on. So if you can then leave the mic and speak directly to your computer.
You can proceed.
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
This one. Okay. It's the one in.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. One of the things that I find very important in projects of this nature is looking at data, how we generate data, how we process data, and things like that. I'm very interested in the initiative where we have heard about capacitating of national statistics institutions. Where are the institutions of higher learning that we have within the region who can also complement and triangulate when it comes to issues of verifying data and also issues to do with generating the data. These are very important stakeholders as well. Number two, we understand that SADC has a protocol in terms of working with national institutions, and you prioritize official statistics that come from this institution. Do you not think that it may be pertinent for the region to adopt a strategy where you can triangulate your data, also working with non-state actors, such as training institutions?
Thank you very much, Zimbabwe, for that question. I will not ask the Secretariat to respond. I suppose it's something that they have taken note of, and even during their presentation in the afternoon, perhaps they could also give some reflection and some consideration to that particular question. Let me see if we are able to have back on the screen Mentimeter, which is a tool that we're using, where there are questions that have been posed so far, just to reflect on those questions. Are we able to have Menti back on the screen? Okay, all right. I think this particular question has been addressed. Let's move on very quickly, if we may, to the next one. Projects that we prioritize, we have spoken about that, and we've said you need to consult with your national contact points for them to reflect on that. SADC PF, how you can push member states, maybe we'll hear shortly from SADC PF, and they can also give us a sense of the role that they can play. This particular one has been responded to. If we can move on. Yes, I've also referred to that particular one. This has also been dealt with, but maybe we can also think about how we can make it effective. On the NCDs, there's planning, more needs to be done, as NCDs are killing people, so strong policies. So that's something that we can also reflect and consider as we move on. Please, if you can go to the next one. That has also been talked to regarding the SHR strategic scorecard, operationalization of the ADF. I think that perhaps we can give an opportunity to the Secretariat to very briefly touch on it, not now, but when we proceed further in the next segment of our program. If we can move on. That has also been dealt with on scoring at a national level. The priority projects, that has also been dealt with. Let's move on. Slow progress. This, I think, is an issue that we'll continue to grapple with, and we need to come up with strategies on how we can assist member states to ensure that there is progress in establishing SNCs. But it will be touched on as well in the other session that we deal with SNCs. This has also been responded to. Let's move on. Mechanism, yes, I think there has been reference to this particular issue. Let's move on. This I would put to the SADC PF when they do come in, whether there's something that can be done to address the humanitarian crisis. So I think that's something that they can also, participation of youth. Yes, I think it's a point that is being made. So we need to look at how to ensure that youth and women are indeed involved in all the structures. Centralizing initiatives, yes, I think that's also a point that we can take note of. Maybe we will not necessarily go through each and every one of these questions or comments that have been raised. All I'll do is just to encourage the participants to go back to Menti, and when you go to Menti, you need to reflect on these comments or these issues that are being raised. Again, when we are debating at a national level or at a regional level, what is it that we can then do to move the agenda forward? So colleagues, I want us to now move to the next segment of our agenda. And just to point out that we will not have a tea break as such, because we're running behind time. I'll just encourage you to step out from wherever you are, whenever you have an opportunity to relax a little bit as we continue with our agenda. So let me now invite Mr. Manzi, Joseph Manzi from the SADC PF to give us a presentation on the SADC PF transformation into the SADC Parliament and also the SADC PF model laws, to give us a sense of how far have we come and what are some of the issues and challenges that we need to consider. Joseph, if you can please take the floor. Thank you.
Daniel, could we kindly ask for just a very short tea break of 10 minutes?
Okay.
Just so we can... I think there's a request here, even from the next presenter.
Okay, all right. That request is granted. So 10 minutes.
Thank you.
10 minutes break, precisely 10. So if we can put the counter on so we can see how we are doing on time. So instead of 20, it's now down to 10, starting from now.
One, two. One, two.
Welcome back, colleagues. I think we can continue with our proceedings. Please confirm that our presenter is now ready. Julie? Regional meeting, is there anybody online? Stevie, am I still audible? Thank you so much. Can I get confirmation from the regional meeting whether our presenter is now ready to start presenting?
Hi, Daniel.
Hi.
We are still, I think, just give us 2 minutes. I just need to bring everyone back into the room.
Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
Okay.
2 minutes exactly. Yeah, thank you. Regional meeting, are we ready? Your 2 minutes is over. Can we please proceed?
We may proceed, Daniel.
Thank you very much. Joseph, if you can please take the floor and take us through your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator Daniel. And I also write on the protocols that were already cited from the beginning of this meeting. Once again, my name is Joseph Manzi. I am the Director of Parliamentary Business and the Programs in the SADC Parliamentary Forum. I'll quickly run through a presentation, I think on the topic that has been highlighted on the slides, transformation of the SADC Parliamentary Forum into a regional parliament, and also progress made so far in the domestication of the model laws with a focus, a special focus on the public finance management and the gender-based violence model laws. In the interest of time, I'll quickly run through. Those were the highlights in terms of the presentation that I had prepared. But the moderator, when I shared the my initial presentation, I think, had really guided me to say you don't have to bother much about the overview of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Perhaps you better go straight on the issue of the transformation. I think the meeting is very much interested to know in terms of the status where we are now. Where are we on the transformation, and perhaps the progress that is being made in terms of the domestication of the model laws. Then there are also just two slides that also just talk in terms of general issues, in terms of what is happening now in the forum as a way of trying to monitor progress in the domestication, and also some initiatives that the forum has put in place as a way of trying to follow up on the domestication. And finally, I'll just talk about what would be the role of non-state actors, perhaps following my presentation. So the overview, as I said, we should not bother much. We should know that this SADC-PF is the main interparliamentary organization in the SADC, which was created in established in 1997 by the summit heads of states and government. Currently, the forum has 19 members, member states. It's important to flag out the number because I think in the course of the discussion, you will see why the number of 15 is important to be mentioned, so that as we assess the progress in terms of transformation and other aspects, I think the number of the membership of the forum is also important. So each member parliament is represented by 6 MPs, led by the speaker or the presiding office for that parliament. In terms of the transformation, go straight transformation, Daniel. The other slide, yeah. The journey for transformation, I think perhaps we may be aware as a meeting. In case we're not aware, the journey started in 2004. After ECA, and then the journey started, the attempt or request to have the forum transformed into a regional parliament started in 2004. So the first attempt, I think the summit did not approve it. I think the idea at that time was to say, no, let's concentrate on the Pan-African Parliament before we zero into SADC as a regional parliament. So that was the key reason. And then the second attempt, 2008, it was the same. They said, no, let's still stick to the decision of the summit that we should wait. 2011, it was the same. 2015, again, the Council of Ministers still said, no, I think it is still premature for us to proceed. Come 2018, the SADC-PF at that time revised its proposal. I think we had thought that perhaps they should submit to the summit a fresh proposal, proposing that perhaps the transformation, it shouldn't be a one-off or immediate paradigm shift, but perhaps it should be done in 3 stages. So the proposal, when it the stage 1 was to seek for authority or approval from the summit, that once the authority is given, then perhaps the Article 9(1) of the SADC Treaty that establishes the organs of the SADC should be amended so that the name of the SADC Parliamentary Forum should be changed to SADC Parliament. That was the idea, and then perhaps make the SADC PF continue to exercise its function the way it is doing, but relatively with a bit of new authority, and as it remains independent from the executive. Then stage 2 was proposed that perhaps once that is done, then perhaps the functions of the parliament in terms of representation, oversight, and should be enhanced a little bit. That's where you may have observed that from last year in November, the SADC Parliamentary Forum had been conducting what we call public hearings. This is one way of the citizen participation. I think the issue was raised in the course of the discussion at a certain point. So SADC PF thought that I think even though we are not fully fledged into a SADC a parliament, perhaps certain issues can also, or certain matters can start being exercised as a way of trying to broaden a bit of its mandate of just being a deliberative body. So the issue of representation actually, as we're speaking now, has culminated into the forum of citizen participation within the region, and the public hearings is one of such issues. As I speak now, I would wish also to announce that the second session of the public hearings by our standing committees, they have also been scheduled to take place next month, October, from 11th to 18th of October. So that will be the second session of the public hearings. Then within this stage 2, I think it is more to do building the relationship between the other regional parliaments like Pan-African Parliament to make sure that we work together. Then the last stage is once the summit has approved and all other processes have taken place, for example, amendment of the treaty to change the name of the forum now to be SADC Parliament. Once that is done, then perhaps we can have what we could call a fully fledged SADC Parliament at that stage. But in terms of the status, where are we after the proposal of a gradual kind of transformation was submitted? I wish to report that the approval by the summit was granted in 2021, in the year 2021. This was at its meeting that was held in Lilongwe, Malawi. So a go-ahead was given to say, no, let's proceed with phase 1, which is amendment of the Article 9 of the treaty, so that I think the name of the forum now can change into a regional parliament. But the constitutional requirement, I think, to do that is that 2/3 of the member states are supposed to sign in favor of the amendment. So out of the 15 member states which I mentioned earlier, perhaps about 10, if we take 2/3 of that, we should be talking about not less than 10 members. They should be signed in favor of the amendment. But I wish to report that based on the report that was submitted to the last SADC Plenary Assembly session that was held in Arusha, Tanzania, in July this year, 8 of the 15 member states have at that time had signed in favor of the amendment, meaning that 7 had not yet signed. So it means we're still falling short of the 2/3 to effect the amendment as required, I think by the law. So the member states that were reported at that time in July that had signed, the 8 members that had signed were Angola, Eswatini, Lesotho, Malawi, Seychelles, Tanzania, South Africa, and Zimbabwe. These were the 8 members. Those not yet were Botswana, DRC, Mauritius, Madagascar, Mozambique, Namibia, and Zambia. There could be some developments since then up to now, but the report I'm providing is according to the official communication that was reported, discussed, and confirmed by the Plenary Assembly. If there are some developments that may have taken place from that time to now, there are some communication processes that they do take place within the institutions. Perhaps those information, if they are there, other than what was reported in July, they are yet to be processed and then announced at an appropriate time. But that's the position that I want this meeting to share with in terms of where we are. So as we stand now, the treaty remains unamended because I think we are falling short of the 2/3 membership to sign against the amendment of the treaty. I think on that one, perhaps I can leave the transformation at stage, because I think that's the point that perhaps the meeting was waiting to hear, to say, where are we? So that's where we are as I speak now. In terms of the model laws, perhaps as we are aware, this is not a substantive law per se. It is something else. It's like a best practice, or a wish, a best wish kind of, a law that would want the member states to model when they are legislating their national laws and all national policies. I think that's a model law. So what it means is that as a model law, it has got a non-binding effect in terms of, on the member states. But it is a persuasive kind of an instrument that would want to guide, actually is meant to guide the member states as they make their legislative and law policy, reforms for their countries. That being the case, so far, the SADC model laws that SADC Parliamentary Forum has developed, there are 5 at the moment. There is a SADC model law on HIV and AIDS in Southern Africa. There's one again on child marriage and protecting children already in marriage. There's also another one on the law, a model law on elections. There is a gender-based violence one, which is the interest of this meeting, and the public financial management. In terms of the progress on domestication of this model law, of course, the particular interest by this meeting is about the public financial management and the gender-based violence model laws. But I will be talking in terms of general, because our focus as a forum is in all of them, to make sure that they are domesticated by the member states. I think that's our interest. So as Eria said, the model laws being what they are, the non-binding effect is that what is happening is that most is left to the member states. The pace at which the domestication of these model laws is done is left to the member states because they are persuasive in terms of what SADC has spoken through the MPs to say this is what would have loved a national parliament or national member states perhaps to domesticate. But in terms of enforcement, it is left to the member states. To the extent to which they are domesticated, I think is dependent on each member state. We have noted that in some member states, quite a number of the provision of the model laws, in particular, like the public financial management model law, quite a number of member states, they have taken on board the provision in the model law as they legislate their national laws and policies. There was a mention of the scorecard. I think that the SADC has commissioned a consultant just to make sure that we have to assess in terms of the level of alignment, or to what extent as member states have brought on board the provision of the public finance management model law into their national legislature. So that is a pilot on that, and I'm sure the report that the consultant that was engaged is still at an inception level. It has not reached a point where I think it has been circulated, but it is a step to make sure that I think we have to see the extent to which the member states are domesticating, the model laws. So it is one of the initiatives. I think for those who know, I think it's Dr. Onai Muvingi. He's the one who was engaged to do that, and the work is still in progress. So that's one of the initiatives that the SADC Parliamentary Forum is taking as a way of trying to follow up or monitor in terms of to what extent member states are taking on board or domesticating the provision of the model laws. The other current arrangements that the SADC is having to monitor progress is that one, the members of parliament that are represented in SADC, they are in some sort of like an oversight committee. When they go back into their respective, national parliaments, they still continue exercising the oversight role over the executive. They do summon the relevant ministries and the government departments to see in terms of the level of domestication of these model laws, depending on the subject matter. Even other portfolio committees within Parliament, there are also one of the avenues that SADC relies upon to follow up on and exercise oversight over the executive in terms of what is going on, or in terms of the domestication of the model laws. Then the second avenue is that the SADC has created a special committee, what is called the SADC Regional Parliamentary Model Law Oversight Committee. There is a special committee within SADC. Apart from the standing committees that SADC has, they have created in a special way this committee just to monitor progress in terms of the domestication. The other third avenue that is being used currently just to check progress in terms of the domestication by the member states is that at every plenary assembly session, each country delegation is required to submit a report to the plenary in terms of what they have achieved so far in as far as domestication of the model laws is concerned. So those are some of the avenues that are happening now. Further initiatives are that there is also a proposal, and these proposals likely is when we succeed with the full transformation or transformation of the forum into the SADC parliament. There's a proposal that to have a permanent joint task team comprising the SADC Secretariat and the SADC Parliamentary Forum Secretariat, just to make sure that we periodically be seeing how best we should be following up with the member states about the domestication. The other aspect that is being also being suggested that we would want to create what we call steering committees in each member state. These steering committees is being suggested that it should be chaired by SADC, but within each member state, it is also being suggested that perhaps the relevant stakeholders like the relevant ministry, parliament, civil society organization, in this case, non-state actors also should be part of that steering committee, so that we could help each other in terms of, one, awareness of the model laws, identification of the registration gaps, and also fostering the commitments that member states have in terms of the domestication of the model laws. The issue of the scorecard is one aspect which I mentioned earlier, that I think is one of the initiatives that would want to see how member states are faring in terms of the aspect of domestication of these model laws. Then the last slide that I have is that what should non-state actors do following what the information that I've provided. The presenter, which is myself, I didn't want to start listing down in my room, suggesting that perhaps we do ABCD. But the information is left bare to all of us here. The level of transformation where we are has been given to us, and perhaps what is happening in terms of the domestication, the initiatives that the SADC is taking. Therefore, as non-state actors, perhaps what is it that we can do in order to facilitate the acceleration of the transformation agenda of the SADC in the forum, into a SADC parliament, and also the domestication of the SADC model laws. Mr. Moderator, I think that's the end of my presentation. I really thank you for your attention, and perhaps I hope I was within the 20 minutes that I was allocated for the presentation. I thank you so much.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Joseph. You indeed were within the allocated time period, and you also gave us a very concise and precise presentation. And I like the last slide that you put there where you turned the whole question around. Instead of you answering, you now want the participants to interact. That's great. Let me invite a few people who come in as discussants who will respond and reflect on the presentation that we have just been given. And first up is going to be Rachel. Rachel, then will be followed by Bismarck, and also followed by SADC PF National Desk. So far, I have Gomezani Ngwira from the Parliament of Malawi. So very briefly, your reflection, your thoughts on what Joseph has presented. Rachel, please come on board.
Thank you, moderator. And thank you, sir, for your enlightening presentation and also giving us feedback. on mainly those two key areas, progress on the transformation, but also in terms of domestication of model laws. I'm just going to focus on the model law on PFM. And on our end, we've been involved through the working group on the public finance management model law, the public finance technical working group chaired by SADC PF. And we have indeed seen progress in terms of, yes, the contracting of the consultant. But I think the beauty of that whole process is that developing the scorecard actually allows for member states to self-assess and see to what extent their legislative frameworks offer up an enabling environment for effective and efficient public resources. We must acknowledge that the model law is bulky. It has 15 thematic areas, 45 sub-thematic areas, 136 sections, and more than 400 subsections. So within these 15 thematic areas are your issues to do with public debt, public procurement, public participation, the different actors and role players within public finance management within a system. And I think it's important for me to just ride on the suggestion. I think it was the second to last slide that Mr. Manzi shared that highlighted how there's follow-up on the domestication of model laws. On our end, we believe that the scorecard is going to be a very useful tool to assess alignment and to also start or serve as a benchmark to say, this is where we started and this is where we said we're going to go and this is how we're going to sequence our progress. But in order to do that, I think there's definitely room for sustained effort to develop awareness of what national PFM frameworks look like. There's definitely need for non-state actors to engage in that process because it can become technical and it's important for us to understand why the systems are structured the way they are. Also, in agreement, I think lastly, in agreement with the setting up of a technical working group, but the way I put it was to have a space for PFM actors to co-create solutions to problems that they are seeing in the reform process. So when, for example, a practical example, the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance convened parliament budget offices in Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And the idea was that we had them identify some of their capacity needs, their learning needs, and then we brought them together towards a collective issue that they were facing, which was how to do public debt sustainability analysis in a way that is responsive to how volatile the economic situations are in the different countries, and to also be able to offer up the best advice for effective oversight, because the budget office is an advisor to members of parliament who have the mandate to hold the executive to account. So I think creating spaces where multiple stakeholders can actually engage in the public finance reform process is important at the national level. And whilst we can have SADC PF chair in terms of domestication of the model law, we actually think that there's also room for organic ownership for civic actors as well to be involved in that steering committee as well, to try and ensure that whatever decisions or changes, reform processes, because the changes within the system may be made, we can change what the law looks like. But in terms of interpretation and how it then translates into service that then is met by the mother at the clinic, those are all different processes. And so civil society or non-state actors can play a very important role in providing information on that whole process. Lastly, it's important for communication products around the model laws to be custom made to suit the audiences, such that we can understand what they aim to do. It's a wish list. Why would this be the best case scenario given where we are? And why should I engage in it? Yeah, I think I will end there for now.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I saw Julie passing on more notes, and I kept worrying that you continue being on the floor. But yeah,
So she was showing me time.
Okay, great. Let's go to Bismarck. Bismarck, if you can also come in, and we will also have another discussant that's offer. But Bismarck, please, if you can take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Joseph, for a wonderful presentation. My reflections are on the transformation agenda and transformation journey. While we have not yet reached the destination that we want, it is critical to know that the transformation of the SADC forum into a parliament is actually critical in the region in promoting the regional integration. Why do I say so? Because we need to understand this from a meta-governance scenario. By meta-governance, I mean the governing of the governors. We need that effective horizontal and vertical accountability that keeps on evaluating the performance of member states in how they are doing. So in as much as we have not reached there, I think it is critical that we try by all means to strive to attain that. Also, I would like also to look on the role that non-actors can actually do in facilitating this transition. Because as we have seen from the presentation, there are actually 8 members that have subscribed to this, that have ratified it, and then the 7 they have not, right? The dynamics that are surrounding those who have not ratified and those who have ratified, this is just an assumption, but I'm sure we can all make ours based on the presentation, and also considering the way our region is crafted. Is much to do with economies of affection and deep state vested interest of probably member states and the implications probably on them when they ratify or when they allow the SADC when they allow the transformation to take place, because in a way they are also ceding some of their autonomy to be scrutinized by the parliament. So non-state actors can come in by building probably movement within their countries, conscientizing citizens and demanding for their government probably to sign or ratify them. But also it might also be an issue of what can I say, lack of understanding to the benefits that might actually emerge from it, which some might actually say it's not the case. So it is critical that non-state actors within these jurisdictions that have not ratified play actually a critical role of conscientizing the citizens and building movement, putting pressure on their governments. Then on the issue of model laws, they are actually good, but they remain, like you have cited, non-binding as long as they have not been domesticated. So it's a journey that we need to take. There might be thorns in the roads. Why? Because the interests of certain individuals who are in the corridors of power might actually be the one that are being threatened by this, but it is for the good and the general of the citizens as a whole, and also it's actually great for the development of our region. Then also, if you look again on the issue that have been raised, especially the issue to do with steering committee and also the issue to do with public hearing and public hearings and consultative forum on topical issues. This will enable the region to move in a way that is uniformly, to move at the same time simultaneously in terms of progress and development. For example, let's say an issue is raised and addressed in Zimbabwe or Malawi, the same probably way that it has been articulated or the same manner in which the recommendation have been put or discussed, they can actually be used to curb such scenario in other nations. So it's actually great for our region. And also, if we are to look at the model laws again, you look for nations such as Zimbabwe, you realize that in Zimbabwe, they are already scrutinizing the reports, the public accounts committee is already scrutinizing the OAG reports, right? The Auditor General report. But the one thing that is lacking, that is also recommended probably in the model law, is giving them sanctioning power something that has not been done. So you realize that as long as they are non-binding, there will be a deliberate ploy to undermine certain actions that can actually be used to enhance public finance management. And it is critical to note that as long as we still have porous public finance management laws within the SADC region, it is actually difficult to address the humanitarian crisis that is engulfing our region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bismarck. The reflections. Let's move on and invite Gomezani Ngwira to also reflect on the presentation.
Thank you so much. My contribution is basically it will focus on the domestication of the model law on gender-based violence. So Malawi is one of the countries that started the process of domesticating the model law on gender-based violence. So in June, there was a national engagement and capacity building workshop that was organized by the government of Malawi through the Ministry of Gender in collaboration with Parliament of Malawi, SADC, Plan International, and SAFAIDS. So the workshop was done to enhance awareness and understanding, more especially for members of parliament. It targeted the members of parliament, recognizing their critical role in domesticating the model laws. So members of parliament were indeed provided with the information on the model law on gender-based violence, but the issue was what that is meaning is still on the awareness. There's need for legal drafter or for SADC who drafted the gender-based violence model law to come to Malawi to do a detailed analysis of the gender-based violence model law. And it has to be a detailed analysis of the gender-based violence laws in Malawi, and that will be required to be aligned with the model law or the SADC model law. So the issue is in the awareness. Members of parliament, they still need to understand, there's need to do to summarize the gender-based violence model law so that members of parliament do understand it well and decide which areas of the laws of Malawi need to be aligned with the model law. There's also need to document and share the evidence and lesson learned in whatever we are doing in Malawi in terms of domestication of the model law, so that a lot of people, a lot of countries learn from it. Yeah, that's it.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that intervention, Gomezani. Let me move on to Munashe Tofa. Munashe, if you can also come through and reflect on the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Can someone confirm that they can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. So I'm Munashe Tofa. I'm a SRHR researcher at the Parliament of Zimbabwe. We're also a researcher with the Portfolio Committee on Health and Child Care, as well as the Portfolio Committee on higher and tertiary education. So my reflections, jumping straight into my presentation on the presentation and the model laws, particularly the model law on gender-based violence and the model law on public finance management, is that what Zimbabwe has done is that probably because of the non-binding nature of model laws, Zimbabwe has taken parts of the model laws and has started to implement either legislative changes or institutional changes to ensure that these model laws or some provisions of the model laws are provided for or are seen to be provided for in our legislative frameworks. So I'll start by probably looking at child marriages and sexual violence. And as you might all be aware that the Constitution of Zimbabwe outlaws child marriages, but we have gone a step further through the Marriages Act and the Guardianship of Minors Act to outlaw child marriages so to say. Also, the criminal code, the amendment of the criminal code, which was done this year, also introduced minimum mandatory sentences for sexual violence and crimes, which will become pervasive in our communities. Also, we can look at what the Ministry of Women Affairs has done by establishing safe centers, which is also one of the key pillars that are provided for in the model law and gender-based violence. Also, there's been interventions around protection and support for victims and survivors of gender-based violence. We can also talk about the introduction of gender and inclusivity directorates in all the government ministries, all arms of the state, where as measures to mainstream gender, and also as interventions directed at promoting inclusivity and gender mainstreaming in government. Then also talk about capacity building, where there have been concerted efforts and continued capacitation of law enforcement officers to be able to detect and prevent GBV. At parliamentary level, we've also tried to push for the domestication of the model law through other initiatives that we've carried out. In March, I think we carried out some, with support from SADC PF, we carried out public hearings to ascertain or to determine the issues around sexual violence and sexual harassment, as well as maternity health service provision for students in higher and tertiary education institutions here in Zimbabwe. So those are some of the initiatives that have been done, which are reflective of the key provisions in the model law and gender-based violence. Then turning to the model law on public finance management, again, the same stance has been taken. There are particular clauses of interest for Zimbabwe in the model law, and these were incorporated as recommendations of the budget committee when they undertook public hearings on the public finance management bill, which lapsed actually when Parliament was dissolved in August 2023. But we are hoping that as soon as the new Parliament, the life of the new Parliament begins after the State of the Nation address, that also can come back to the legislative agenda, and the committee can continue with this work. So clauses such as clause 105 of the model law on procurement in emergencies became prominent in the discussions of the budget committee. Also talking about public debt, then the universal application of the model laws extending to local authorities, and then strengthening the principles of public finance management, gender-based budgeting, gender-responsive budgeting, and then other provisions such as the strengthening of the control of Parliament on the budget, as well as strengthening the role of the Public Accounts Committee in scrutinizing the budget and holding the executive to account. So these are some of the interventions that have been done, or that way some of the recommendations that were in the report of the Public Accounts Committee when it comes to the Public Finance Management Act. But going forward, I would think non-state actors are critical in advocating and lobbying for the legislation and enforcement of laws, comprehensive laws, watertight laws around public finance management and GBV. Also, issues around education and awareness. People cannot implement what they do not know. And it is the role of non-state actors in collaboration with various arms of government to raise awareness and education around gender-based violence, and also promoting data collection. I heard someone earlier talking about strengthening the role of statistics agents, national statistics agencies in collecting data. That is also critical in ensuring that these laws are implemented fully. And then lastly, I'll probably take this opportunity to also alert the House that we as the SADC PF Zimbabwe desk, we intend to carry out a regional model laws conference sometime in October or November, depending on the Parliament calendar, so that we raise awareness and we advocate for the domestication of these model laws, because we feel the model law on GBV, the model law on the eradication of child marriages, which I think also is crucial probably in this discussion as well, can be domesticated by our national legislative bodies or our countries. So it's also an opportunity for us to partner with non-state actors so that we can see that we can live the dream, we can live in the reality of the dream that we have. So I think this is basically what I have, or my reflections on the presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Munashe, for that reflection and also for sharing information about the forthcoming regional conference, which I'm sure non-state actors are going to take a lot of interest in participating one way or the other. So colleagues, there we are. We've had some very insightful discussions based on the reflections that came through from the experts that were online. I wonder if there are any burning questions that we have, which we could also ask not just to our presenter, Joseph, but also could even be to the discussants who are quite familiar. So I see two hands. There's one, Danes Mtei, and I also see you, Joseph Zinga. So in that order. Thank you so much. We'll make this very brief. Yes, Danes, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Or just switch off the other device. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Danes, we still have feedback. All right, while they're sorting out the audio, can I invite Joe to also come in? Joe.
Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you very much, my namesake, for a wonderful presentation, but also those who responded. The first one, I think, is a confusion in terms of the membership of SADC. You presented that we have 7 and maybe 8, and we are waiting for 7 to go. According to my the way how I can remember that we are 16, we have 16 members. And specifically, where is the Comoros? That was not mentioned. Is it not a full member or something is happening? The second one, maybe the website first. I've been following up what happened in Arusha since July, but your social medias and website is silent, and as people and citizens in the SADC, we're wondering what is happening and what was decided in Arusha. But thank you very much for the information that you provided. The last one, I think, is in terms of the linkages. Yes, you are aspiring to become a full-fledged parliament, but there are challenges with that as well, with the linkages, particularly at the national level. If you look at the East African parliaments, the members there are not coming from the parliament. And that is even difficult in terms of the linkages when it comes to linking issue from the regional parliament, the YALA, to the national parliament. The good that is about the SADC PF, that the members are also the members of the parliament in the national parliament. But also there are problems in terms of linkages. And the proposal, when we met the Committee on Security and Foreign Affairs in Tanzania, we proposed at least the national parliament to give at least time, maybe twice a year, for feedback from the regional parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, the East African Parliament, but also the SADC Parliament. Because as of now, as citizens, we are not hearing anything from our representatives in the regional parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joe. Let's see if Dane.
All right. Thank you, moderator. Mine is just a quick one. Was it deliberate not to actually come up with environmental or climate change model laws? Because I think it's high time for us now to, be serious in terms of trying to address environmental challenges that the region is facing, even climate change related crimes that are being committed from across the region. So I don't know whether if it was deliberate for the PF not even to really come up with environmental model laws or climate change related model laws. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ishmael, GIZSNRL, please, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Daniel. Two questions. Little feedback. Can I go? Can you hear me, Daniel?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. One is to make an admission that I think from observation, the model law strategy seems to be or is a potential vehicle for promoting regional integration. I think if I observe the model law on ending child marriages has actually been quite well received, and there's been a lot of activity across the region around that area. So maybe it is for this forum to also explore how we can actually work with model laws as vehicles of promoting regional integration, because they seem to be easier for member states and especially parliaments to jump onto them. So how do we magnify or jump on that positive wave? My second question, actually, this will be the first question. The first one has a comment, would be that in your submission, you mentioned that there's a need to establish steering committees or steering structures which would need different positions at a national level to supervise the implementation of some of these activities for the SADC Parliamentary Forum or SADC Parliament. I would be interested in knowing if there are any synergies you're looking into having with the SADC national committees. Already we are talking about resource constraints at member state level. Would it be beneficial for us as a region to have additional structures on governments that are already struggling with dealing with limited budgets? Why are we not harmonizing or riding on existing structures that can help us maximize with the limited resources that we have? Because we all know if we set up a committee, we'll need a budget for that. We'll need allowances for people to sit, sitting allowances and so on and so forth. So practicality, are we in a position to think beyond just having more and more structures and becoming more linear and more targeted and more focused on having the work done rather than coming up with more additional structures? So there has to be some kind of thinking around how do you harmonize the existing structures to better utilize resources for maximum impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishmael, for that intervention. And I think along with what you're asking is also this issue of
Daniel?
the yes,
from
I recognize Malawi and Zambia, so those will be the last ones. I wanted to point out that also the issue of the balance scorecard that you're talking about. How do we ensure that we are not duplicating the initiatives that are being rolled out at the Secretariat and we synchronize those efforts? Let me have Malawi and then Zambia, and then we will give an opportunity to Joseph to respond before we close this session. Malawi, please come in.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Georgie Jobe from Malawi. Thank you for the presentation. My question is on the 7 countries or states that have not signed the treaty. What are the common reasons that are given by them? And there's also a mention of submission of reports by the member countries. As the civil society organizations, where and how can we access such reports? They on the website that you can easily be accessed. Lastly, just like a comment, as someone mentioned, why don't we have model laws on health? Thank you very much.
So much, Malawi. Okay, let me then move on to Zambia. Then I see Tanzania, and Danes will see if you are now able to speak. Zambia, please, briefly.
My concern is on the current developments
compared to the existing development. We have been sitting on the declarations that have been agreed by member countries. For example, the Malabo Declaration that required increasing budgetary allocation to agriculture to about 10%. It has taken too long to be implemented. And then new developments are coming aboard that seemingly are taking more attention than the first developments. I'm seeking to understand from the SADC PF members who sit in these parliaments where these issues are being discussed. Maybe they can briefly give us the reasons why implementation of the agreed protocols takes too long, and what's their feedback mechanism to update their members, the challenges they are facing to implement the agreed protocols. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's move.
I'm a farmer from Zambia by the name of Boniface Hangala. Actually, let me take this opportunity that our concern as farmers is to see these products of these agreements to increase food productivity. That is a major challenge for the region. Unlike where we have a lot of discussions, but the actual material that comes out to address the issue of food challenges still remains the same and it even increasing. Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay,
Thanks.
so Daniel, there's still another question from Zambia.
Very
yes,
short.
this is Jake.
Thank you so
short. Jacob Makambwe from the Southern Africa Cross-Border Traders Association.
Yes,
I think I just wanted to make a comment and maybe just a question, because I heard Ismail really talking about a concern about resources in terms of trying to implement the SADC national committees, and maybe other, maybe other countries are trying to establish other engagement strategies other than the SNCs. What is on the ground is that SNCs are not functional in terms of how they should actually deliver as an engagement between the non-state actors and government. Yes, the structures are there, but if you are going to have a concern about resources on how they're going to be implemented, I believe that national non-state actors can create platforms that they could even fund themselves and make SNCs functional. I submit.
Thank you so much. We will come back to that issue of SNCs when we do discuss SNCs in our session tomorrow. Let me now give an opportunity to Danes from Tanzania. Danes, if you can unmute, let's see if you now have a better connection. Danes?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, the presenter, for a good presentation and the highlights which inform us there was two information he brought to us about the transformation agenda and the model laws and the agenda and based violence. As he presented, there are some information maybe he didn't clearly bring out, as he said that the transformation agenda was signed at Arusha, and as for now, there are some member states has already signed, but others are not yet. And if you can see this composition of this visual meeting or physical meeting, we have with the parliament members which can spearhead our issues, and we have non-state actors. So maybe he didn't mention, but we would like to know if there will be some procedures of ratification of that signed document of transformation agenda, because as we know, African countries, the issue of transforming is a vital, especially if you see our economies, we should go together hand by hand with the private sectors. Government alone, it can't work on it. So maybe we missed that part. As Tanzania, we mentioned, we signed that. If the issue of ratification, we really wanted to know so that our superiors who are with them here today, they can spearhead in the in the parliament. Other things is just an urging or request for those members which have not signed in order to go together to win this agenda of transformation of our sector. Maybe non-state actors which are available, they can get this information and share with their other non-state actors and see how we can fast track this agenda of transformation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I will then ask Joseph to briefly reflect on and comment on some of those questions. There is one which is in the chat as well. It says, if the SADC Parliament is an oversight instrument representing SADC citizens, how come it is depending on the government to approve the process? The other one on the reasons for not signing, I think has already been asked. So maybe Joseph, you can also respond to that. Joseph, over to you.
Thank you so much, moderator. And I should also thank so much those who have submitted the interventions on my presentations. I hope I have captured all the interventions. In the event that I have skipped one, I'm sure the moderator is going to remind me. The first one from my namesake, Joseph, it says 1:15, not 16. What has happened with the Comoros? I think perhaps SADC, they're here as secretariat, they can help. But so far, I think the membership that we had been working for with and the SADC are the 15 that I've mentioned. So perhaps in terms of the status of Comoros, I said I would depend on the colleagues from the SADC Secretariat to advise what is the real position about the Comoros. But otherwise, in terms of our record, as I speak now, Comoros is not part on the list. So we are waiting. There are some reactions, moderator, I think, from the visual.
Our technical team, please, if you can mute everybody. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, the second aspect of the question from my namesake was about the publicity or the social media. It says, I think there's a bit of silence. I think there isn't much that we are doing to publicize, I think, the work of SADC-PF, including perhaps the reports that come out from the plenaries and other events. I really agree that I think we're not doing much. I think the key reason that we have currently as the forum is that one, we don't have the media desk as we speak now. Efforts are there to make sure that we have at least somebody also who should be following up in terms of publicity and the communication. But we are not yet there. So what we are doing as a forum, as understaffed as we are trying our best to make sure that I think the information goes to the citizen or to the public as much as we could. But the observation is well noted, and it's a wake-up call on us that you are following up and you have noted that I think there isn't much in terms of publicity that we are doing. So we take note of that. Why not having more role on the climate change and the environment? And so true, there was also an observation for Malawi. to say why not model laws on health. I think he just mentioned the health issues. Yes, as I said, it's a continuous process. We have not stopped at the 5. We have not. As I speak now, from the plenary assembly session that we had in Arusha in July, there was already a recommendation or resolution from one of the standing committees that we should work on a model law on the environmental issues. So these things or these issues normally they are picked up by our standing committees, and there is resolutions or recommendations are made to the plenary assembly, and once adopted by the plenary assembly, then the work starts. So there are quite a number of subject matter that the forum is working, and it will continue to produce model laws on. So environmental issues and climate change and all other issues, I'm sure they're on the pipeline. That's what I can respond on that one. There was another issue of say issues of studying committees that you are proposing to have. Have you looked at the aspect of the budget? We already have SADC national committees, which is already struggling in terms of finances for them to operate. Now we are also proposing steering committees. Is it not an aspect also that will be impeded by the budgets? Yes, I think we can't run away in terms of the budgetary requirements wherever operations are happening. But I think these are the things that perhaps as we will be meeting between ourselves as SADC PF Secretariat and the SADC Secretariat as the joint task team, we will be looking at the modalities in terms of how best we should operate, in terms of minimizing the costs where we can. These days, there are these platforms that we're using, the virtual meetings and all other things that perhaps would assist in terms of cost effectiveness. So it's a point that is noted, but it cannot stop us to suggest in terms of interventions that we have suggested. We will look at the budgets and see how best we could minimize in terms of the cost of our operations. Similar to say, what mechanism have you put in place to avoid duplication? I think this came from the moderator. The duplication of efforts between SADC PF and the SADC as Secretariat in terms of the operations. The more reason we are suggesting that the task team, it has to be between the two of these institutions, the SADC PF Secretariat and the SADC Secretariat, so that the aspect of duplication of efforts, I think, can quickly be identified and perhaps see how best we can how the synergies, I think, can go between the two institutions, so that I think there is no duplication of efforts. So within ourselves, if we are in the task force of the two, I'm sure we should be able to address, I think, the concern that perhaps we have raised on this matter. What are the reasons for the countries that have not yet signed? You know, they have not signed for the amendment of the treaty, the Article 9 of the treaty. The 7 countries, what are they saying? I would say the reasons mainly with the member states themselves. You know, these are sovereign states, as I said. They are sovereign, so sometimes they may agree, for example, after the summit had approved in principle in Malawi. When countries go back in their respective states, sometimes they tend to think twice in terms of the things that they've agreed. So in terms of specific reason that the countries have provided, I can't say. And during the plenary assembly session that was held in Arusha in July, which I referred to, there was no specific reason that we were being cited to say we are failing because of this. But the delegations that were I mean, from the country that have not signed, they simply said, no, I think we have to go back to our heads of states and perhaps perhaps persuade them just to sign so that we move ahead. So there is no specific reason that perhaps they could be cited, and I could report here to say most of them, they said these are the reasons. As sovereign states, sometimes they could have reservations, but for them to come out in open to say we have the following reservations for us to sign, I think that's a matter which in most cases doesn't come out outright. So that's why perhaps we're saying that one of the roles that the non-state actors from this meeting, perhaps for those the members in this meeting that are coming from the country that have not yet signed, we can have an interest to find out from the executive what is happening. We are coming from a meeting, but we have been informed that our country has not yet pended the signature for the amendment of the treaty. What has happened? Then you may find specific reasons for the country where you are coming from. But otherwise, as I speak now, I can't flag out the real reasons why not. I think the other questions were about general in nature, like from Zambia. What are the challenges for the member states for them not to implement the international, agreements that they are party to or they are signatories? I think perhaps the SADC secretariat can also come in. What has been their view in terms of why certain obligations are not met by the member states after they have signed them. They don't. So I'll defer that question perhaps to my colleagues just to say that. Tanzania, it was more of saying an appeal anyway, because Tanzania has already signed. So they were talking about perhaps or appealing to the countries that have not yet signed. What is it that they can do? So it's the same kind of, lobbying and the perhaps persuasion that we need to do to the countries that have not yet signed. Lucky enough, Tanzania, you are amongst the member states that have already pended the signature for the amendment of the treaty. I think these are the questions that I had picked, Mr. Moderator, unless there are some areas that I've skipped. As I said, you can perhaps remind me.
No, you've done a good job, Joseph. I think you have, to a large extent, addressed the issues. Of course, there was that reflection from Malawi in terms of the awareness raising and the importance of ensuring that you continue sensitizing the constituents to understand these model laws better. And in fact, they were also suggesting that maybe you could look at simplifying these model laws so that people are then able to follow what the model law is referring to. But I'm sure that's a suggestion, recommendation that can be looked at. Colleagues, I know we might have additional questions or interactions on this particular topic, but in the interest of time, I want us to proceed to the next segment, or else we'll be here until tonight, deliberating on some of these issues. The question of Comoros, I think we are all aware that Comoros is under sanctions at the moment. So yes, we have 16 member countries, but in terms of countries that are currently engaging fully, it's 15. Comoros, because of those challenges at the moment, yes, they are a member, but they are under sanctions. Can we then move on to our next session? I'm also aware one of the presenters has to leave shortly, and I'm going to start with that gentleman who's going to leave. So our next session is on thematic reflections on the SADC RISDP recommendations for 2023-2024. And we have lined up some resource persons who are going to give us a very short, brief summary of what it is that they feel are some of the key recommendations we can consider and take on board. And I will start with Monametsi Sokwe, who is from the SADC CNGO. And Monametsi is going to be talking about mobilizing industrialization and trade to finance development. Monametsi, you have 5 minutes maximum. Happy if you can do it in less than 5. Thank you so much, Monametsi.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you very much, colleagues, for the opportunity. I just want to go straight into the presentation. I am sorry I have to rush for the next meeting that I have. But in talking to the topic, I want to start by noting that in 2015, the SADC region concluded an industrialization strategy and roadmap. And this strategy spelled out the pillars that countries agreed to in order to facilitate regional industrialization. And this included the need for value addition to the resources that we have in the region. Particular interest in this strategy was on mining, agriculture sector, and leather processing. On the issue of trade, as my topic talks to industrialization and trade for financing development, at the same time, SADC agreed on the protocol on trade on goods and services that are also culminated, if you recall, on the SADC free trade area. If we look at this, what we can talk to is in terms of making this a reality. We also look at structural transformation, and also focus also on increased competitiveness of our goods in the markets. However, if you look at how we have approached it as a region, we realize that I would say the region put a cart before the horse, in the sense that the gap between the time of the free time agreement and the industrialization strategy and roadmap, it took a long time for us to come up with the industrialization strategy, having talked of the free trade. And what happened in that regard was we agreed that we wanted to trade amongst ourselves through the free trade agreement, that outside free trade. But we didn't even talk about what is it that we want to trade and how we want to go about it. That's why I would say we are putting a horse before the cart before the horse, in the sense that we even did not look into our capacities. Because if you are going to say Zambia trade with Mozambique, we should identify on what areas you want them to trade on and the capacity to trade. But that was not the case. And if you also look at the sectors earmarked for the facilitation of trade, you would find that some of them did not even have capacity. For example, one of the sectors that were earmarked was pharmaceuticals. But we didn't even have the research and knowledge necessary. And we saw what happened during COVID-19 when we could not even produce basic medication. So I do believe that we should have looked at what is it that we want to trade and see which country is best placed to facilitate this particular area, looking at economies of scales among others. In that, having looked at, we would also look at how we facilitate infrastructure development. Because more especially in country, because if you recall, issues of industrialization, it does not happen at regional level. It happens between Zambia and Botswana and Zimbabwe agreeing on building a bridge at national level. It happens, I saw yesterday, Namibia and Botswana also saying they want to build a railway line between the two countries. Those are things that we should look at before we say Namibia and Botswana trade amongst us, between the two of you. Infrastructure, did we have the infrastructure? So that's why I'm saying that we needed to look at that. Further into that, we had technical barriers that needed to be taken care of in country. Licensing requirements is one of them, more especially for startups. You know, we find that in some countries, the amount of documents that a startup has to go to deal with in order to register a business are humongous, are prohibitive. If you look at issues of red tape, and I did talk about the infrastructure, these are key enablers that we should look at, the intellectual properties that we need to look at. And if you look at the need for facilitating or enabling trade in our region, there are things that need to happen also. For example, we need to have standards. There are countries within the region that do not even have a bureau of standards. So how are you going to compete? How are you going to produce when you don't even know, you don't have quality assurance mechanisms in place? We do not have competition authorities to regulate competition within the region in some countries. So that leads to vacuums in terms of how are we going to trade fairly amongst ourselves. You know, I also wanted to, as I go to conclude, I also wanted to quickly touch on the on the issue that we also did not take in cognizance of. Because when we do our protocols in the region, we did not take into consideration other continental and global instruments, the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, for example, the BEAD, PIA, all these which come in with timelines and targets. And if you look at individual countries where things are supposed to happen, all these protocols are all over. It's difficult for you or for one to give me a country that looks solely at these protocols and say, we are coordinating all these protocols. So we need to be alive to those realities if you are going to facilitate trade. And therefore, in terms of, if we could look at those things that I mentioned as my recommendation, those are things that if all the countries, we look at the capacities of our countries and facilitate each other and in bilaterals, even between countries, this is the case with some of our countries, which we are seeing bilaterals, building bridges and building railway lines. Those are things that we need to expand to the region in order to facilitate trade. And in return, that would be our ability to finance development of our people and other sectors. But within even there are some low-hanging fruits that I wanted to look at. If
you have
yes,
5 minutes, so if you could.
Yeah, I'm concluding. The topic is very heavy. If you look at the protocol on the FCTA, it can be a game changer, because if you look at the protocol on intellectual property, the investment protocol and the competition protocol, if the implementation of such protocols take place within countries, if you focus as a region into ensuring that our countries look at the implementation nuances of these protocols, that will be a key game changer in industrialization and for trade facilitation within the region, and further to giving us necessary resources to finance development of our people in the region. I'll stop there, but there's a lot that I can talk to, because if you look at in-country national development plans also, you'll find that they are divorced from the realities of protocols that are happening at SADC level in most cases. They are divorced from what is happening at continental level. I'll stop there for now. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shokwe. I know the topic is wide, but really what we want to do is to distill it to something actionable that we can work with over the next 1 year. And what I'm getting from your presentation, key issue is let's look at some capacity assessments. And maybe let's also determine what are the priority commodities that we can trade across the region. And then also let's look at what are some of the impediments that are affecting trade and industrialization in the region. Maybe those three could be the key areas of focus for 2023-2024, in line also with the implementation of the RISDP. Let me then move on and invite our next speaker, Justice Zaita, who's coming from the Southern Africa Climate Change Coalition. Justice, you have 5 minutes. Please.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you so much. I will first look at the presentation outline, where I'm going to give you the background, policy and regulatory frameworks, investment in renewable energy and clean technologies, green bonds and sustainable finance, just transition practices. Then the background is advancing and financing the climate justice transition requires a comprehensive and multifaceted approach that involves various stakeholders, including governments, businesses, that is private sector, that is financial institutions and civil society organizations or non-state actors. Key strategies that can be employed are as follows. Right. The first one is to do with the policy and regulatory frameworks that we have to look at. That has to be addressed within the SADC region. I'm then saying governments need to establish robust policy and regulatory frameworks that incentivize the transition to renewable energy, sustainable infrastructure, and low carbon technologies. This includes implementing carbon pricing mechanisms, setting renewable energy targets, and enforcing stricter emissions standards. Investment in renewable energy and clean technologies. Financing the climate justice transition requires significant investments in renewable energy projects and clean technologies. Governments can provide financial incentives and subsidies to attract private investments in the renewable energy sector. Additionally, international financial institutions and development banks should prioritize funding for clean energy projects in developing countries. Green bonds are financial instruments specifically designed to fund environmental projects. Governments, corporations, and financial institutions can issue green bonds to raise funds for climate-related initiatives. Sustainable finance practices, such as integrating environmental, social, and governance criteria into investment decisions, can also steer capital towards climate-friendly projects. Just transition policies. A just transition policy approach ensures that the shift to a low carbon economy is fair and inclusive, considering the needs of workers and communities affected by the transition. It involves providing training and support for workers that are phased out, creating new job opportunities in green sectors, and investing in affected communities. International cooperation and climate finance. Under this thematic area, developed countries should fulfill their commitment to provide climate finance to developing countries to support their climate adaptation and mitigation efforts. Remember, the global world owes the developing countries, those developed world, owes the developing world, in fact, a certain amount of money. That is, they promised us to give us $1 billion per year, but they are not actually honoring that their promises. So it's up to the SADC region now, even as a region, to actually ensure that we also have, devised frameworks that we can use to mobilize our own finances or resources within the SADC region to address the climate change crisis within the region. This includes meeting the target of mobilizing 100 billion per year by 2020 as agreed under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. Corporate responsibility. Businesses have a crucial role to play in advancing the climate justice transition. They should integrate sustainability into their core strategies, set science-based emissions reduction targets, and disclose climate-related risks and opportunities. Investors can also engage with companies to promote responsible business practices. Public education and awareness. Raising public awareness about climate change and its impacts is essential for building support for climate justice initiatives. Education and outreach programs can empower individuals and communities to take action, adopt sustainable practices, and demand change from policymakers and businesses. Opportunities and challenges. The opportunity that is there is collaboration and partnership. That's the reason why we are gathered here. Then summary. It is important to note that advancing and financing the climate justice transition requires long-term commitment and collaboration amongst all stakeholders. The transition to a sustainable and just future will require efforts and innovative solutions at a local and regional scale. Key questions. What are the reasons why some other may have higher emissions than others? I think this is a question that we have to address. Take-home messages. Open for climate justice issues critical to ensure historical responsibility, indigenous people's rights, gender equality and women's economic empowerment, climate finance, climate justice, and climate and gender justice. Then lastly, think globally and act locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justice. In summary, what I take from your presentation is number one, let's look at resourcing. Let's try and mobilize for resources that we need for climate adaptation, mitigation. Let's also, secondly, work on the right policy frameworks to ensure that we can indeed have a just transition, and the private sector to also consider their activities that they are undertaking in support of the just energy transition. Let's move on to our next speaker, Lloyd Dembure. Again, colleagues, I'm requesting if we can be very brief and come up with some key recommendations, thematic recommendations that we can take forward in the next 1 or 2 years, things that can be done by this platform. Lloyd, please come on board.
Thank you very much, Chair. So I'm going to reflect on the SADC SRH scorecard that was done for 2023, as well as evidence that have been drawn from our research under the Peace Alliance for countries such as Malawi, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. What I have noted from this, it also resonates from the discussion that we are having from the morning. From the SADC scorecards, the main highlight that there have been significant progress that have been made in reducing new HIV infections, as well as creating life skills for young people. But progress still remains piecemeal, and there is no implementation at scale. And also, there are some indicators that have no data, such as around abortion, integrated SRH asepsy, which is also one of the game changers in sustainability. And also issues around reducing maternal mortality is also lagging there. And without that data, it is also difficult for advocates, that is non-state actors, and also SADC member states to have a full interrogation of the prevailing state of access to SRH services for young people. One of the findings that we have noticed is limited involvement of young people in health and public resource management spaces, including also structures at district and also at a higher level. And with evidence from across the SADC region, we have noted that young people are failing to access public resource management spaces based on lack of knowledge of the existence of the spaces, as well as the spaces are not enabling for young people to meaningfully contribute in shaping the priorities that also help to define what needs to be funded in terms of SRH services within their countries. And so as a recommendation, we are recommending that non-state actors and also government, they invest more in empowering the young people to take a leading role in terms of contributing to in public resource management spaces, as well as also informing the priorities that the country also needs to adopt in their national budget plans. And so also what we have noted that some innovations that we have also increased access to participation for young people, such as digital application tools. It's also important that we also expand this so that it also assists the majority of young people who are also marginalized, some in the rural setting, and also some with who are from the key and vulnerable groups, such as those living with disability, so that they also participate meaningfully in public resource management spaces. And talking of this, based on the issues that have been raised around shrinking space, it's also important for the government to step in so that they fill in the void that will be left by non-state actors that also may find it difficult to implement in some areas based on the context there. Then another issue that has come out of the evidence is around limited domestic healthcare allocations. And this is something that have been also being discussed. And from the evidence that we have collected, we have noted that despite commitment that have been made by various member states, most are failing to commit 15% of their budgets towards the health, and more so towards sexual reproductive health commodities, infrastructure, as well as staff. So we are recommending government to honor commitments in advancing resources, domestic resources specifically towards healthcare services. And one country that have done so well is Botswana. It managed to allocate 18% of its budget toward the healthcare. So it will be important to also learn from Botswana what can motivate other SADC countries to also do the same. What are they doing differently that can also help to inspire other countries also to pull up and also to move towards respecting the commitment that they made, so that there will be improved access to sexual reproductive health services. And also a challenge there, apart from the allocation, what we have noted that the amount that will be also disbursed fall short of what had been allocated per that sector. So it's also important to continue monitoring around the actual disbursement that have been made to the healthcare sector. Another linked to that is the issue of strengthening the implementation of national policies and strategies. SADC member states have very beautiful strategies that are also inclusive, including also covering for young people who belong to diverse key population groups. But these remain on the shelves, and without resources that are linked to implementing these policies, then it also means that access to services for the groups that are targeted by the policies that need to be covered by those policies remain a dream. So as a recommendation, we are recommending that there are models such as youth-friendly models that have proved to work. And in most countries, the science that are showing that the youth-friendly model really works in improving access, acceptability, and also increase the use of services by the young people and other key and vulnerable groups. But this remains not implemented at scale. It remains at a corner. So we are recommending that let's upscale this youth-friendly model so that it reaches a diverse number of young people in various settings. Then lastly, what have been recommended also across the country is that let's also bring on board the private player, the private sector, especially in supporting health care and sexual reproductive health services across the SADC member states. And I think for this to work, it also needs the government to be honest with the private sector, especially around issues of transparency, dealing with corruption, because the private sector will not also be supportive if they feel that the resources that they will channel toward the government will be misused. And picking from Malawi, it was also indicated that the spaces that also address public resource abuse are also shrinking. And so without addressing that, it will also be difficult to tap resources from the private sector. Thank you. That's my submission. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Lloyd for that presentation. Points one, you're talking about resource mobilization. How can we learn from each other, from the examples of those that are making progress? Digitalization, scale, taking this to different models, and focusing on implementation results, ensuring that we're not just coming up with policies, but we are putting them into effect. And then lastly, private sector engagement. How do we bring the private sector on board? Let's move on, and I will now invite Irene to then take us through expanding in agroecology with a focus on CADAP and the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan. Irene?
Yeah, thank you, moderator. All protocols observed. I'll just give a brief about agroecology. Then later on, I'll just explain agroecology at AU level, then agroecology at SADC level, then I'll give this recommendation as stuff. So on us.
5 minutes, Irene, yeah? Thanks. 5 minutes.
Okay. Great. So agroecology is a set of scientific practices in agriculture that includes crops, animal fisheries, and forestry, and that ensures diverse, sustainable, and cost-effective production. But also agroecology is based on 10 elements principles that are developed by FAO, but also the 13 elements principle that were developed by the high-level panel of experts. And agroecology has a number of benefits, and first and foremost is access to healthy and fresh food, but also it enhances climate resilient, but also improve water management and reduce greenhouses. And but also it empowers women, and it preserves indigenous knowledge and culture. And on the side of agroecology at AU level, we have a different framework. First, we have the CADAP framework implemented under Malabo Declaration of 2014 to 2025, which speak on the agricultural transformation in the continent. And in this framework, it has not mainstream agroecology, the framework itself. But also on the side of the framework, also it emphasized the usage of chemical fertilizer. And however, there are different efforts that are being done by civil society and calling for CADAP to embrace agroecology on the same. And the AU level implements an initiative called Ecological Organic Agriculture that's promote organic farming in Africa. And actually recently CADAP has added one indicator on the part of seed. And at SADC level, the SADC PF adopted a resolution on agroecology around May 2022. And the resolution recognized agroecology as a sustainable approach to food and agriculture. However, the adoption, the challenges the SADC PF does not have direct linkages with the SADC Secretariat, nor the member states parliaments for the resolution to be implemented. On the other hand, CADESA, as the Center of Coordination of Agriculture Research and Development, is also embracing agroecology on the same.
And also their report that by the SADC and food vulnerability assessment that normally comes every year, and the report of 2022 recommend that SADC needs to diversify food production to fight hunger. And the reason is because there's a lot of malnutrition and stunting is very high in some of the countries. In regards to Mozambique, is almost 42.3%. And same as Malawi, 37%, Zambia is 32%, Tanzania 31.8%, and Zimbabwe is 26.7%. And also on the SADC RIPE of 2017-2022 had a budget of almost USD 565 million, but the budget was not secured. And actually the RIPE has no focus on agroecology, and the funding mechanism through the Agriculture Development Fund has not been yet operationalized. By March this year, 2023, almost 55.7 million people were food insecure, and almost 18.7 million children were stunting. So this shows there's a need to change the agriculture approach in SADC towards agroecology. We have number of recommendations, and the first recommendation is SADC Secretariat and SADC member states need to embrace agroecology, and we should have the right policies, but also we should put funding in agroecology instead of putting more fund in farmer input system programs. And an example on that is in Zimbabwe, where they've put a place where they are putting in place agroecology policy, but also in Tanzania, they are on the final stage of putting in place the strategy on the national ecological agriculture strategy. But also in Malawi, also they have a policy on agroecology on the same. Number two is the SADC member states should domesticate the SADC parliamentary resolution of May 2022 that state on agroecology and allocate funding on its implementation. And number three recommendation is SADC member state should increase their budgetary funding for agriculture and specifically for agroecology through the effective implementation of the national agriculture investment plans at country level. And number four, the SADC member state could use the AFA tool, the agroecology financing tool that has been done by the PSA project to analyze programs, plans, and implementation of agriculture initiatives. And number five, we urge the SADC new RIPE, the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan that is upcoming of 2024 to 2029, should put in place agroecology and food system at the center and should operationalize the Agriculture Development Fund. And another recommendation on the same, that is number 6, is the new coming CADIP of 2026 to 2036 need to embrace agroecology by ensuring it has indicators that reflects agroecology. And also we urge the coming SADC extension strategy to put agroecology at the center. And number 8 recommendation, RISDP should adopt a simple biennial reporting tool with the progress on productivity, trade, investment, food, nutrition, vulnerability, and climate resilient. And the last but not least, the SADC Secretariat should emphasize in its resource mobilization for the support of the RIPE implementation with more investment for agroecological approaches. And the last recommendation or side is the SADC Secretariat should consider accreditation to the Global Climate Fund or any other similar climate funding schemes in order to seek funding on behalf of its member states, but more so for in the implementation of the RIPE with a focus of on agroecology. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Irene. In summary, your recommendations are focusing on putting agroecology in the center to ensure that agroecology has the necessary focus and attention that it deserves. So in the new RIPE, in the new CADAP, agroecology should feature prominently. And the issue of resource mobilization, you're also emphasizing that should be given serious consideration. And the biannual reporting tool to ensure that it is operationalized, or they adapt the tool that has been developed to also monitor the performance in agroecology, and then accreditation to these global financing mechanisms in order to access resources. Colleagues, we still have 3 more presentations under the thematic reflections, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that time is not on our side, and I wouldn't want you to miss your lunch for those that are going to be having lunch. So in that regard, I'm proposing that we break now, we go for lunch, and when we come back in the afternoon, before we start with the presentation of the awards, we then have a brief session where we allow the other 3 presenters on the outstanding themes to present as well, and then very briefly open it up to any comments or questions that we'll have. There are no presentations as such, apart from the verbal interventions that are being done. There are no PowerPoint presentations that are being circulated. So if we are fine with my suggestion, we will now break off for maybe instead of 1 hour, do we make 1 hour or we make it 45 minutes, colleagues? Rachel and Julie?
45 minutes.
Okay, so let's break for 45 minutes, and then promptly in 45 minutes time, we come back and we continue with the rest of our deliberations, and also we go into the awards ceremony. Thank you so much. Bon appetit for those that are going to have lunch, and we'll meet in 45 minutes from now. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope we are all back and had a good lunch. Let me just check. I'll go around the countries, starting with Malawi. Malawi, can you confirm that you're now back?
Yes, Malawi is back. We are in the house. Yes, we are. Yeah, can you hear us? Malawi, we're back. Can you hear us, please?
Yes, I can hear you. Ziko Mukwambili, I hear you're back. Thank you so much, Wells. Okay, let me move on to our participants from Mozambique. They are online. I think I can see some participants from Mozambique. They are connected. Let me go to Tanzania. Tanzania, are you back? Tanzania, are you back?
Yes, Tanzania, we are back.
Okay, all right. Asante sana. Let me go to Zambia. Zambia, confirm you're back. Zambia. Zambia, are you back? Looks like the college from Zambia are still coming back. Zimbabwe, are you back? Oh, Zambia, you're back. Oh, sorry, I was talking to myself. I didn't realize I was still muted. Thank you, Stevie. Zambia, confirm that you're back. I can see just a few colleagues in Zambia. Zimbabwe, confirm you're back. Zimbabwe, are you back? Okay, let's go to the regional grouping. Okay, Zimbabwe is back. Yes, thank you so much. Let's go back to the regional group in Joburg. Can you please confirm that you are now assembled, and in particular, the next presenters? Mishek Gondo, Janet Joe, and Julie Juma. Is Mishek back? Can somebody confirm whether Mishek is now with us?
I can't see Mishek at the moment, Daniel.
Okay, thanks very much, Stevie. Janet Joe. Janet, are you now with us? Janet, not Julie, Janet Joe.
I can't see Janet either.
Yeah, okay. And Julie Juma. Julie, are you back with us?
I also can't see Julie.
He's not back yet. Okay, so colleagues, let's just allow a few more minutes to those that have come back. My apologies. It looks like our presenters are not yet back, and also Zambia is not yet back. So let's just give them a few more minutes and then we can commence our program, especially once our presenters, the three presenters are back, we can then immediately get started, if that's fine with everybody. Thank you. Okay, great. I believe Julie, Juma, you are now ready. If you can come through to present your thematic recommendations.
All right, thank you, Daniel. Good
Okay.
afternoon, everybody. It's difficult to present when people have just come back from lunch. I hope people will be able to concentrate. I'll be as brief as possible. You've given us 5 minutes. But before I start, I'd just like to explain a bit what the Global Campaign for Education is. We are the new kid on the block, so I think giving a brief on who we are would be very helpful. So we are really happy that we've been accepted to join this, to be co-conveners of this very important dialogue. So the Global Campaign for Education is a civil society movement that promotes and defends education as a basic human right. We campaign and advocate at the national, regional, and national level to put pressure on governments and the international community to deliver on the right of everyone to a free, quality public education. So our movement was founded in 1999 in the build-up to the World Education Forum in Dakar to provide a platform to unify and coordinate civil society voices in relation to the global education agenda. So we are represented by over 100 national and regional organizations, education coalitions and international organizations. And our membership comprises mainly national, regional, international civil society organizations, teacher organizations, parent associations, women's groups, disabled people's organizations, youth and student groups, academic, research institutions, child rights campaigners. So our members, the national education coalitions, are in all the SADC member states. So some of them were supposed to be participating at country level. I hope they are participating. So I'm going to be talking about the financing of education in SADC. So for the successful implementation of the RISDP, financing is key for all the thematic priority areas and not only for education, but my focus will be on the education. So according to recommendations from the Education Commission report of 2016, in regards to financing of education, 97% of this financing is supposed to come from domestic resources, and only 3% comes from aid. Yet when we get to meetings, whether international, regional, or even national meetings, the emphasis is on the 3% of aid instead of the 97%, which is the domestic resources. So the international benchmarks on education indicate that 15 to 20% of national budgets, or 4 to 6% of the GDP, should be spent on education. The reality on the ground is that SADC countries who are spending, for example, 15 to 20% of the budgets are, for example, Malawi, Zambia, Mozambique. Those that are spending more than 20%, we have an example of Tanzania that seems to be doing well on spending on education, and less than 15% Zimbabwe. Sometimes you get a report that Zimbabwe is spending more than 17%, sometimes it's less than the 15%. So it all depends on the source of the information. So that also brings the point of how important it is to have accurate information on these things. So GCE as a global movement, we advocate for the 4S framework. So I'm going to explain what this 4S framework is on financing. So the first S represents the share. So countries should allocate a minimum of 20% share of their national budgets or 6% of their GDP to education spending, as I alluded to above, which is in line with the international benchmarks. Then we look at the size, that's the second S. An increase in the size of a budget can improve the domestic resources for education. A country can increase these domestic resources by taking action on tax revenues, austerity, debt, and challenging paradigms. Progressive taxation, debt, austerity, and fiscal policies. Okay, so I mentioned in the first place when we're talking about the share of the budget, that countries are allocating a percentage of the budget to education. So this also creates some tension with other sectors. Like, for example, we have been hearing the recommendation for health is 15% of the budget to be spent on health, and other sectors as well. So there are limits to how big a share of domestic revenue can be allocated to education when there are competing demands. So adding this focus of the size of the overall government budget, which is determined most significantly by tax revenues and influenced significantly by debt and macroeconomic policies, could be transformative and could help build a common cause with other sectors, as the rising tide of tax revenues can lift all sectors together. So if a country is able to widen the tax base and increase the overall size of the budget, the country should be able to allocate adequate resources to the different sectors, and education inclusive. On debt, an indicator that a country is not able to meet its commitment in public spending if the country is spending more than 12% of its national budget on debt servicing. And for SADC, I have just cited 3 countries who are spending more on debt servicing than on financing of education. For example, these countries are actually considered to be in debt distress. So we have Malawi that spends 43.2% on debt servicing, and they only spend 15.8% on education. Mozambique is also in debt distress. They spend 17.5% on debt servicing and 17.4% on education. Zambia is the highest. They're spending 51.1% on debt servicing and 17.1% on education. So really, action needs to be taken to ensure that either countries are requesting for debt relief or completely debt cancellation. That's the recommendation. Then we move on to sensitivity. That's the third S. So the sensitivity of the budget looks at examining a budget sensitivity to the needs of the poorest and most marginalized. Government spending can work to redress disadvantage and can improve access to quality education for all and play a key role in building a more equitable society. So here, civil society has a great role to play to ensure that these budgets are sensitive to the needs of the poorest and most marginalized. Then the final S looks at the scrutiny. So monitoring government spending to ensure accountability by increasing scrutiny of the education budget. Ensuring budget accountability is a powerful tool in improving education and holding governments to spending commitments. most of the governments in SADC have made commitments. Like, for example, at the Transforming Education Summit, they made commitments on their spending on education, that they will be spending between the 15 to 20 or even more than what is the recommended benchmark. So there's need to scrutinize these budgets. So what are the recommendations? So the first recommendation would be the one I talked about, the debt. So there is need for action on debt. So for that one, what we are proposing is that there's need for a coordinated regional response to the debt crisis. The ministries of finance in the region should be able to talk to each other on how they will handle this. And non-state actors have a role to play as well to ensure that they are holding the governments to account on that. The second recommendation that we would like to make is on the strengthening of the SADC national committees. This has already been mentioned, but I'd like to mention it again as a recommendation that we can take forward for the next year as well, because as GCE, we've also just conducted a study on the African Union and the regional economic communities. And one of the findings showed that the SADC national committees do not comprise the state actors from the education sector. Most of our members who are in the SADC member states have indicated that they are not participating in these SADC national committees. And it has also been reflected in the report that Manasa presented on the lack of information sharing on education. So we feel that by strengthening the national committees and the inclusion of the education and state actors in these committees, we could improve the education management systems and contributions towards the information on this on education. As was mentioned, there wasn't, well, the report said there wasn't much reported on education and skills development, but I did not see it at all. So I think if we were to strengthen that, we should be able to get more information on education and skills development from the member states. Finally, the report also talked about reporting fatigue, in that the member states are reporting to different organs. Like, for example, they report to the UN, they report to the African Union, then they have to report to SADC. Our recommendation would be learning from the reporting that states do to the UN in the monitoring of the SDGs through the voluntary national reviews that are conducted. And then the CSOs also come up with, we call them shadow reports. The CSOs also come up with shadow reports. So what we would recommend here is that instead of having all these different reports, there could be a way of harmonizing the reporting indicators on SDG 4 in collaboration with UNESCO, so that whatever is being reported to the UN could also be consolidated for SADC without necessarily having to ask the member states to report again. So I think I can stop there as for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Julie, for that clear articulation of the issues as far as the education sector is concerned, and of course the recommendation with particularly trying to engage member states at a regional level to advocate for some form of debt relief, very much tied into the whole issue of resource mobilization. Once those resources are available, then they can be made, they can then be allocated to the educational sector. Hopefully, we can improve on the percentages that you have just shared with us. You also talked about non-state actor engagements, lack of their engagements in SNCs, the study that you undertook. My request would be for you to also circulate and share a copy of that study, which will also help in the body of knowledge. I am aware that there are quite a number of researches. There are a number of researches that have been undertaken, so it will help to see where exactly we are. And tomorrow, again, when we come to the session that is dealing with SNCs, we will try and unpack the issues, the challenges that are so far been confronted. There's been progress, but nevertheless, a lot more needs to be done, and strengthening management of information related to education and skills development. That's another clear recommendation. And lastly, harmonization of reporting on SDG 4. So you have one report. That report talks to what SADC is doing. It talks to the continental frameworks. It also talks to the global frameworks. Thank you so much. Let's move on to our last presenter. I will now call upon Mishek Gondo.
Thank you very much, leadership. I'm going to go straight to my presentation, and having taken note of the previous presentation that I've made, that I've got a direct link to the aspect of young people. But one fundamental thing that we need to take into account is the strategic objective within the RISDP with regard to young people, the purpose as to the improved youth empowerment and participation of young people, but also not leaving the young persons with disabilities. And part of the recommendations that I can give is, before we go any further, we need to introspect. Does young people know this instrument called RISDP? Which means that's where we need to start as a recommendation, how best as non-state actors can complement SADC, can complement the national states in making sure that we start programs whereby they know about these regional instruments. At a point where they come at national level, they can now relate and make fundamental recommendations. Then the second one is the aspect of mainstreaming. If you look at the RISDP country, we've got different thematic areas, and among them, the health, we've got the aspect of young people, we've got the issue of agriculture, we've got education. Julie has titillated it quite clearly. And among other presenters. So how best can we locate the mainstreaming of young people within those? I was glad when they were presenting, they will make reference to the young people, which constitute a larger demographic dividend in terms of this region, that we have 60% of young people, they are 35 years and below within the SADC region, which means even in terms of economic development and participation. So within those, we recommend that there is a sub analysis in terms of how best in sexual reproductive health can young people participate, from policy practice to policy implementation, from crafting policies to policy evaluation. Another recommendation that is quite critical that we are also aligning with the SADC Youth Protocol. I just want, because we have few minutes, the SADC Youth Protocol, during the 3rd SADC Youth Forum hosted by SIOF, where the Executive Secretary, Dr. Tex, by then, of SADC attended and received a declaration, we recommended the institutionalization of SADC Youth Protocol. And we are very glad there are steps now in terms of the governments sending to the Ministry of Youth. So, but what do we need to do as non-state actors? We need to make sure that it does not just come without young people participating.
In few months, the SADC Youth Parliament is meeting in collaboration with SADC PF and the government of Seychelles. And after the meeting in Seychelles, they are going to do public consultations in nations and regional level. For this protocol, we need to start to get input from young people and also maybe come with a model law. Then the other aspect is the aspect of monitor the development strategies which are related to youth. We've got the youth development strategy in the region. How best as non-state actors can we put monitoring mechanisms, and also we take stock of what is happening at regional level. Then we link it to national level. These policies are also domesticated. We understand that there's no binding protocol at the regional level, but the SADC Youth Protocol will be the answer. Then the support of implementation, the support of monitoring. As I conclude, there's aspect of technology that have been also alluded to. How best can we use social media as non-state actors? How best also can we complement the region like SADC and make sure that the young people that are in WhatsApp and TikTok, they also know these instruments, but also they also participate in terms of policy crafting, which is very clear, which means we need a clear strategy there. We support the aspect of SADC PF turning to become a parliament, because it will be easy in terms of pushing for some of these issues. Then lastly, support SADC Secretariat on youth programs. I think that's a clear recommendation in terms of when SADC Secretariat is going to come with programs, they are suggesting now to adopt the SADC Youth Forum, as an official platform. How best the non-state actors are going to monitor, how best the civil society are going to participate, how is it going to increase participation of young people, even in terms of elections, in terms of natural resource governance, environment, in terms of gender participation. Thank you very much, leadership.
Thank you very much, Mishek, for that concise intervention from the SADC Youth Forum. So in summary, you're talking about ensuring that the youth is involved throughout the entire process, from formulation of policies, implementation of policies, monitoring and evaluation of policies, and also putting inputs into the youth protocol, the forthcoming youth protocol, that the voices of the youth must be amplified and must be heard. And you also appreciate the involvement of the SADC Secretariat in all the various events, activities that they are running, all their programs where they do recognize the voices of the youth and taking advantage of technology, digitalization, and trying to make sure that we do capture the youth inputs in as far as utilization of technology. So, colleagues, we have listened to the reflections from the various resource persons on the themes that they were recommending, some key priorities, priority actions in the next 1 to 2 years. Are there any comments, any brief questions before we proceed? And obviously what you've been given is simply something that you can consider as you continue engaging, particularly when you do a breakaway and you're now starting to look at actions that you need to prioritize over the next 1 to 2 years. Are there any comments or any questions that you have that you would like us to deal with? I see Malawi. Are you on the stage or?
Yes, Malawi.
Okay.
Yes, Malawi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
All right. I'm Daniel Mwabasa. Actually, mine is just a comment on the issue of financing the climate change. Issues of climate change are normally at least talked about, but their impact cannot be underestimated. We have seen here in Malawi how Cyclone Fred has actually derailed us from our goals. So my comment is that as a region, we should actually try to come up with a strategic plan on how we can actually recover from these climatic shocks. When we faced the Cyclone Freddy, we saw Tanzania come to our rescue, but most of the countries within the region actually didn't respond. So I think it is best for us, SADC region, to actually come up with a plan to help other countries when they face this kind of climate shocks. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So
Thank you. Hello, facilitator.
Please go ahead.
Right. As the Southern Africa Climate Change Coalition, we are actually advocating for the establishment of environmental courts and tribunals. The reason being, we are faced with a myriad of environmental challenges or even climate change related challenges. So, in order for us to be in a position to litigate or to hold our responsible government officials to account, we really need to ensure that we put in place legal frameworks that can be used by members of communities to litigate or to sue whoever commits an environmental crime or a climate change related crime. I think you are aware that countries, I'll give an example for Zimbabwe, we're actually coming up with the Climate Act. Then how then do you ensure that it's being enforced? If we look at our legal systems, we have got people who are not even qualified, who doesn't have even knowledge, or who are not knowledgeable on environmental issues or climate change related crimes. So you would find out that's why we're actually having a lot of, cases that are still pending. So the reason why we are then saying, let's have tribunals from across the region or even the continent is to help communities, when it comes to litigation. So this is a recommendation that we really need to advocate for as non-state actors, because yes, we can actually advocate for these other issues that we're actually talking about. But climate change is a cross-cutting theme, environmental, every program or everything is done on the environment. So if we don't really have proper systems and even the proper channels or legal frameworks, I'll give you an example. We have been actually talking about loss and damage. Yes, we can say we have one, but as long as we don't have legal frameworks, how then are we going to really demand those, who have promised to pay something to fulfill their or to honor their promises? Look at the Paris Agreement. There are promises and promises that are not even being fulfilled. Why? Because they know they are not even, it's not legally binding. So we can start at local level, regional level, to ensure that we actually have these legal frameworks in place. Thank you.
Okay, Moses Chitsulo, Malawi. I wanted to comment on the issue of technology or the youth embracing technology in terms of development. We also need to look at the issue of infrastructure, technological infrastructure in the region. We have, for example, internet is one of the key issues that we need nowadays. And for the youth to participate fully, they need internet more. But for example, in Malawi, we have less than 25% of the population getting the internet or accessing the internet. So there is a need for us to talk more about the issues of access to internet and also maybe sharing of infrastructure in terms of these countries within the region, sharing infrastructure in terms of the internet itself. So that's what I wanted to say on the youth embracing technology and also the need for infrastructure.
And one last one from the young person.
My name is Ephraim Nurinda from Malawi, Kwenda Collective, Fawema. Just wanted to comment on the education financing. Actually, we can see as Malawi, many youth live in the rural areas. So when it comes to education, with the Agenda 2063 in Malawi, is almost the youth. It is with a youth-centered day. So when we, like the youth, it's more especially we faced so many challenges, and the education system is facing so many challenges in terms of the infrastructure, the teacher-pupil ratio. So when it comes to the financing education, I think we should go for the decolonization of the education financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much from Malawi, the voice of the youth. And I certainly hope that when we do increase that access, it's not just for use in social, for social activities, but also something that really can advance the region. Let me go to Zambia. I see a hand from Zambia, and I also see a hand from Zimbabwe. And then finally, Antonio Palate, you'll be the last one, and then we can move on. Zambia, please.
Thank you. From Zambia, we have two submissions, one from the young person and another one from ESAF.
Okay, so my name is Tembingo Simwale. I'm an advocate and peer educator from Zambia. I just wanted to comment on the technology issue. My suggestion is that for the information to reach us youths, you need to think like youths. And as far as I'm concerned, you cannot manage to occupy all the youths in our region and country and give them the information. So I would suggest that you find strategies like what happens on TikTok. They usually give challenges where youths are challenged to do certain stuff and get something in return. That way we'll be able to motivate our young people to find interest in the SADC information, and yes. Yeah.
Okay, one more submission.
Fine, Jeff, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Henry Singili from ESAF, Zambia. My comment is on recommendations made by Irene in terms of agroecology. And in this regard, I would like to say that we have a very good example of the implementation of agroecology or agroecological approaches to food production from Cuba, a very small country. This country has gone almost entirely on ecological approaches to agriculture, and is doing very well. It is one of the few countries that have postponed Christmas Day for them to harvest their crop, and that was sugar. Now, when we look at what they've done to achieve what they have really gone to up to now, is that they used through routes to ensure that agroecology was acceptable, not only to the government functionalities, but also to the CSOs and also to the farmers. Now, the government there provided the necessary policy support for agroecology to be implemented, while CSOs came up with the capacity building and sensitization of farmers on how they will go about it. The farmers themselves, who are actually the beneficiaries, took up the issue, and 3 of these institutions, the agroecology approaches to agriculture. So in SADC region as well, you can follow the same examples or the case study of Cuba, where they have managed to go agroecological, and to ensure that small-scale farmers have given that capacity to ensure that they also implement agroecological approaches to agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Do we have room to accommodate a voice from one of our rural community?
Yes, please, but very briefly, Jeff, if you may.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name's Namaka Mketoi. I'm from the Network of Zambian People Living with HIV, Mongu District Chapter. I want to comment on the involvement of youths with disability. It has been a concern over time. Usually when the adolescent with the disability presents herself or himself to the youth-friendly spaces, it becomes a challenge on how to handle him or her. Usually the challenge that we have is there are none of the youths at the youth-friendly spaces or at the ART centers or at the counseling room who is able to counsel that youth with disability. So it is a challenge. I think we need to find a way of helping these people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those were.
Thank you so much, Zambia, for that contribution. We are always learning. For the first time, I learned that TikTok is not just about jokes, sending humor across the networks, but also it can actually be used in a productive sense. So thank you so much for sharing that insight. Let me move on to Zimbabwe, and then finally we come to Antonio Palate. Zimbabwe, please, if you can come in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Tichato Nganyangu, the Kuyanda Collective Champion, Zimbabwe. My question is on the education. I want to check on SADC. Is there any plan which can be implemented to make sure all the member states will make sure teachers remuneration will be on the same level, so that we can implement an education sector which is very effective, because in some areas, those areas is one of the issues which affect the education sector. At the same time, I want to check if it is possible as SADC to come up with one plan which helps each and every country to come up with a curriculum which fits the situation. Like sometimes in other countries, you see a curriculum which is not implemented because of the issue of infrastructure, like internet, like laboratories. In some countries, there's no those infrastructure which affect the quality of education. Lastly, I want to check if the SADC have the mechanism in place to penalize those countries who can come and sign some of the ratification and don't implement the contents of it. Thank you.
Thank you. There were two contributors from Zimbabwe. My moderator, my name is Matorwa Retlo from Harare Institute of Public Health. I have a comment on issues to do with investment in education. Just briefly, Harare Institute of Public Health is research and training institution focusing on a provision of public health in Zimbabwe and beyond. When we look at education, we want to challenge SADC to come up with context-specific trainings that responds to the needs of the region. I'm looking specifically at issues to do with, for example, predictive science technology. This is the era of artificial intelligence. We are Harare Institute of Public Health. Maybe I can invite even some who are taking part in this discussion that they are welcome to Harare to visit Harare Institute of Public Health. We are one of the institutions with what you call predictive science technology, which is able to use mathematical algorithms to detect where outbreaks of diseases are going to happen, which will then assist us in terms of packaging our response mechanisms when it comes to say, what are the resources that are needed in terms of providing an intervention. As SADC, these are centers of excellence that we may need to strengthen. And within the region, we really need to ensure that we collaborate in areas where we need to enhance issues to do with predictive science technology for disaster preparedness, and also helping us in terms of budgeting. Secondly, when it comes to education, SADC needs to strengthen our capacity for us to engage in proper research that would benefit our people. I want to give you an example that, for example, there was a research that was done in Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe became the first country to sign an agreement that has led to the government approving injectable capnography as a pre-exposure prophylaxis for prevention of HIV and AIDS. But that facility or that injection is not available currently at Zimbabwe, which means that we have people who come and do these researches and it won't benefit our people. So let us look at how best we can package our research, invest in education to ensure that it responds directly to our needs. So this is one of the challenges that I want to proffer to SADC. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. The questions that were asked relating to teachers and curriculum, at the moment, we do not have the specialists that are coming from the educational sector at the SADC Secretariat to be able to respond to that. And I guess these are things that will be taken further to the relevant directorates and branches so that they at least can then provide some feedback. But we have taken note of some of your recommendations in as far as predictive science technology, usage of these digital instruments to help in the prediction of disasters, particularly relating to the health sector. And thank you so much for sharing those insights. Lastly, I will ask Antonio Palate
Sorry,
to speak.
I just wanted to respond to raise a comment before you proceed from Zimbabwe.
Muito obrigado. Aqui é António Palate, vou falar em português. Não sei se a tradução chega lá. A minha preocupação primeira é na área da educação, que eu gostaria de saber o que pode-se fazer para que haja uma harmonização dos currículos ao nível da SADC, para que a qualidade da educação seja igual em todos os países, ou seja, harmonizada em todos os países da África Austral. Porque o que acontece é que o que eu vejo é que há muito desnível em termos de qualidade de educação ao nível da região. O que pode-se fazer para que haja essa harmonização dos currículos, para que todos estejamos ao mesmo nível? Essa é a minha pergunta em termos de educação. Em termos de agroecologia, estamos a falar muito da agroecologia, o aumento da produção e da produtividade ao nível dos países da África Austral. E, felizmente, nós estamos a implementar a agroecologia. Mas o que pode-se fazer mais para que os jovens, principalmente os jovens que abraçam a área da agricultura e que já estão a produzir, tenham acesso aos mercados? Porque não vale só produzir, mas também temos que ter a capacidade de colocar esses produtos ao nível dos mercados, não só mercados nacionais, mas também mercados ao nível regional, para que esses jovens não abandonem as zonas rurais, continuem nas zonas rurais e continuem a produzir e melhorem a capacidade e a qualidade de vida ao nível das suas comunidades. E também gostaria de falar sobre os desastres naturais, que ultimamente a África Austral é muito frequente a ser batida por ciclones, e além de ciclones temos também secas extremas em algumas regiões da África Austral. E o que pode-se fazer para que a gestão dos desastres a nível regional seja harmonizada? Aqui em Moçambique temos na zona centro do país sofrido muito com ciclones tropicais. Assim que estamos a entrar para o tempo de chuvas, vamos ter muitos ciclones, e isso faz com que as comunidades rurais, as comunidades mais vulneráveis sejam afetadas e acabam abandonando as suas zonas. O que podemos fazer para melhorar a gestão, a mitigação desses eventos extremos que acontecem no nível da região? São essas as minhas contribuições, as minhas submissões que queria fazer neste momento. Obrigado.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for those questions and submissions. Let's move on. I see Dr. Kimia from Tanzania. If you can please take the floor. Dr. Kimia?
Can you hear me?
We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you please assist with the tech in Tanzania? We cannot hear Dr. Kimia.
We can hear you.
You can hear me now?
We still cannot hear you.
Okay. Hello, can you hear us? Looks like some can, some
You're saying
can't.
something, but it's not coming out. It's not coming through. We cannot hear you.
We can hear him from Zimbabwe.
We can also hear him from the center, from the regional
Okay,
center.
let me continue.
Yeah, it looks like we've got a problem with the connection in Tanzania. So hopefully that will be resolved as we proceed. And when you are able to come through, we can then give you an opportunity to speak. But in the meantime, there was somebody who.
Sorry, Daniel, we can hear
didn't
here.
recognize who it was. Please, can you unmute and go ahead? I'm not sure who exactly it was.
Sorry, Daniel, we could hear colleagues in Tanzania here.
So can we continue?
Was it Julie Juma?
It's Julie Middleton.
Naenda mwendesha kikao.
I think we might have lost our chair. I think, yeah.
Julie, is there any way you can contact the hybrid tech guys so that they can give assistance?
You can try and speak.
Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear him. We can hear you very well, clearly.
We can hear you. The moderator, can you hear?
It seems the moderator can't hear all of us, I think.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear Tanzania?
Yes, now I can. I tell you why I had gone in to unmute the original audio when we had interpretation. So I think that I couldn't hear you. And on the other platform, on the other. Go ahead, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, moderator. By the way, mine is very small. I want to intervene, especially in our education budget. As we explained that the SADC country, they should put a budget at least from 15% upward, but there are 20%. But there is contradiction, and even from the one of Malabo Declaration of Agriculture, that you are supposed to have. Malabo agriculture was how many percent? 10%. Was 10%. But I think there is a lack of understanding how to come up with that 10%. Like in Tanzania, let's say we have 5%, but there are other fund which is going to agriculture from other channels, like we finance our agricultural bank, or other we put infrastructures from village so that farmers, they can easily transfer their agriculture input to storage and whatever. So people there, they have contradiction. What computation? How can we compute that 15%? The same apply to this education. budget. Like in Tanzania, we have two different ministry which we finance. The fund go to education. Like we have Minister of Education, but also we have one ministry which deal with local government. Like all infrastructure, like schools, building schools, the fund goes to Minister of Local Government, but other funds go to Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Education. So when we say 10%, 20%, how do we calculate? I think when we agree with this percentage of budget, we should exactly specify what should government compute when we need to come up with that percentage. That is number one. And another thing which I want to highlight is the good practice which Tanzania they are doing, especially in education. In a SADC country, or let's say many of African countries, there is still unfair or there is girls left behind in education. In Tanzania, to see this, they have come up with a practice or with a plan to build girls' education in every region in Tanzania so that they can offer more chance for girls to attend into education compared to the past practice. So this practice of Tanzania, I think it's a good practice which other SADC country can take up so that they can take more girls. So Tanzania, they are building boarding schools for all girls in Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Colleagues, we need to move on. I'm very much conscious of the time and the fact that some officials might need to leave. So I want us to now move on. Let me, first of all, thank all the presenters and the participants that contributed to the discussion. The questions that you've asked and the comments you made, we will continue interacting tomorrow during the report back session, and we can take up some of these issues. So at this point in time, let me invite Tatenda Chatikobo from Highway Africa to lead us in the presentation of these awards. Tatenda, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thanks for your time, and good afternoon, colleagues. It is my pleasure to officiate or to kind of introduce to you our awardees for the 2023 Southern Africa Media Awards in Social Accountability Reporting. I'm not going to take much of your time. I'm sure we're really running behind time, so hoping that this could just be a quick presentation and then we can move on with the program. Just a brief background of what the awards are to maybe those that might not be aware of them. If we can move to the next slide. Thank you. So the award really recognizes 3 journalists in Southern Africa for their outstanding investigative reporting on social accountability issues. And here the key focus areas are, sexual reproductive health and rights, food security, and agriculture. This is the 4th installment of the awards. We've been running them for quite a while now, and obviously, given so the pandemic, we had to sort of like change sort of our format a little bit and move mainly towards journalism training. And here I would like to sort of like highlight, that, even in our discussions today, but also in our sort of like activities, our engagement efforts on the region, that journalists are really key stakeholders in regional development and regional integration. And I think it is our responsibilities, to ensure that we capacitate media to carry out the work And through that, actually, they advance sort of like our programs as well. I was quite pleased to hear, through the presentation and through the question and answer session, that one of the young people talking about the importance of TikTok in terms of also engaging with the youth. And I think even in terms of, when we talk about media and talk about journalism, that even these incoming technologies or incoming sort of like new ways of, I would say, disseminating information are quite key. And that comes also with, issues of training, issues of capacity building, issues of financing as well, as we know that the media is really under strain globally, and it's actually really in a very precarious situation if you look at our region. Obviously, coming in out of the pandemic, we've seen a lot of organizations actually struggling to kind of come back on their feet. And media is actually one of those industries that have been affected quite tremendously. And we have seen that when that actually happens, what actually gets slashed, in the first instance is usually kind of capacity building initiatives within the media, but also personnel as well. We've seen that actually some people are actually losing their work. So really, when we're talking about social contributory issues in our region, we need to also think about how do we ensure that we also capacitate our media and our journalists to carry out the work. We may not always agree with what they say all the time, but their work is really important in terms of actually driving our programs forward. And obviously talking here about regional development and regional integration, that they're actually quite key players. So for this year, we had sort of like 3 categories that we had in mind. We were thinking of, obviously working within the countries that have worked as part of the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance, as well as Highway Africa as well, that we're working with Zambia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, Tanzania, and Mozambique. So the call was out, in these kind of regional countries, and we were asking journalists who are writing on social accountability issues, obviously focusing specifically on these kind of 3 focus areas, to submit their best stories that could receive an award. And like I said, we had 3 categories. One was really for sort of like a story that has gotten national traction or really of national importance, but also through that also thinking about stories that also have got a sort of like a regional orientation to them. So thinking about more than just, these kind of specific countries, but thinking about the SADC as a whole, and also looking at also the media houses as well. So as much as we're interested in the individual journalists, we're also thinking about what are the ways we can also recognize media houses that are carrying out this work, or also media houses that are needing support in terms of actually carrying out social accountability issues. Like I say, these are really stories that needs investigation, takes a lot of time, and obviously need financial and human resources to be committed to that. So there is a financial element here. So our award here really, it's we are just acknowledging the work that journalists are doing. I don't think we can acknowledge enough. So there is a it's a financial prize of $600 to each of the awardees. But we are aware, we recognize that this really is a drop in the ocean. It is just our way of saying we acknowledge that the work you're doing in very difficult environments, under very difficult circumstances. Obviously, we've spoken about COVID, and we've spoken about obviously just the kind of socioeconomic kind of environment or terrain that we kind of find ourselves as a region. So we recognize that the work that they do, in terms of actually driving the regional integration and regional development, and obviously focusing on the key areas of SRHR issues, food security, and agriculture. So in terms of our methodology, if you can move to the next slide, it would be very, thank you so much. We received 23 entries for the award. And the panel that looked at these awards can also testify how difficult it was to actually kind of narrow down to who would actually recognize today. So I would like to say here, I hope I won't get into trouble after this, that really we recognize everyone who submitted these stories. And in our own small way, we're also trying to find ways that we could also acknowledge everyone that really submitted their social accountability stories here. So we had 23 entries, and obviously some of the journalists who had an option to submit more than one story for the awards. So you're just looking at 23 entries, but we had 13 journalists that submitted their stories for this competition. And we had a two-stage process in terms of adjudicating these applications. First, we sort of like asked our in-country colleagues to have a look at the stories, because they can appreciate the kind of contextual issues that would be difficult for us at the regional level to appreciate. So they did the first stage, and the second stage involved sort of like a regional team, which included colleagues from the PCI Alliance project, but also myself from Iowa Africa, and also a colleague as part of our who's part of our the partners on this particular project. And we came up with three. We narrowed down to three stories. And like I say here, we had to come up with three, but if we had our own way, we would actually appreciate all of them, because I think they were really, really good. And just maybe to mention, when you talk about social accountability, and here from a kind of journalist perspective, we are thinking of going beyond just reporting, going beyond just exposing the issues, but to also contribute to solutions to kind of maybe problems or circumstances that we face within the countries, but at the regional level, but also to think about what are the ways we can also drive regional development. We can drive regional integration, looking at these kind of key areas. So social accountability reporting is actually solution oriented. And I think that's what something that we were seeking, even when we're looking at the stories, that does the story have a solution element? Yes, it is important to do the investigative reporting. It is important to look to expose, but is there a way that we can also think about, solutions that the media themselves can actually be part of? And now I just want to move on to who the awardees are in this, for this installment. And before moving to the next slide, I'm hoping that colleagues are going to help me here. We had awardees from Malawi and Zambia. And like I say, we're looking at the, obviously the 5 countries. But we narrowed down to, it was really the aspect of country was not really a category we're looking at. We're really merely looking at the story. So it was really coincident that it became Malawi and Zambia. So what I'm going to do is to perhaps call out the name and just maybe brief, like a one word, sort of like a summary of what the story was about. And I'm not sure what is the setup in Malawi and Zambia, but I'm hoping that you've managed to, kind of prepare the certificates, and perhaps if there is a way that you want to maybe present certificates, perhaps after this session or during the session, it's really up to you. But I think in the interest of time, I would just call up the names, and then you can have an, sort of like a country kind of ceremony if you want to, so that we can move on with the program. I hope that's okay, Chair. Does that sound about fine?
Yep, let's proceed that way, and let's see if we can do it in a very short space of time.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So starting with Malawi, our winning story is from Bride Kumwenda, and the story is actually on food security. which was published in the Nation newspaper. And the story really, highlights really a distressing incident where a young woman was sexually exploited in exchange for accessing fertilizer, inputs through the Affordable Inputs Program in Chinji district in Malawi. The story actually ended up getting kind of significant attention of governmental bodies and human rights organizations, which actually prompted a thorough investigation into the issue and to also, ensure the corrective action was taken. So, the law enforcement was actually involved to look for this particular individual through that. But the story also highlights just, that, if you, with the sort of like the governmental programs in terms of food security, that, it is one step to have the program, but there is also other issues that might creep in that might actually, affect the effectiveness of that particular program. And it is our responsibility collectively, not just for governmental organizations or bodies, but it is our responsibility collectively to ensure that we also play our role in terms of actually ensuring that farmers can receive their inputs, but also ensure that human rights are protected. We also ensure that issues of sexual exploitation are actually things that are actually are dealt with, or actually things that are avoided at all costs. So it is our collective responsibility. And this story actually illustrates that. So Bride Mwenda, we really recognize you for your story. And I had actually forgotten to mention, I think I've mentioned it in passing.
So Tatenda, Bright is actually standing with me here.
Great.
I hope will not take much of your time. I would like to invite the Executive Director from Action Malawi, Madam Pamela Kwali, to please come in front and present the certificate, the award to Mr. Brett Mwenda. Can we give a round of applause? Yeah, so in a moment, thank you, Tatenda, thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And I just wanted to also take this opportunity, and I think I've mentioned it in passing, that the recognition comes with a $600 award prize, and obviously we are working out the logistics for that. But this will be given to the awardees for this year. Allow me to move on to the next awardee from Zambia, and this is Christopher Chisi. Maybe we can follow this same kind of format if he's around as we did in Malawi. And this story, it is actually a radio.
Mr. Kawinga, you can come in front.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Sorry, Tatenda, just 1 minute. We are joined by our head of program and the recipient of the award. So just so that we can shake our hands, but the certificate for us will be presented later in the evening. So we can just celebrate together as a country for this, for the achievement by this colleague of ours. Thank you very much. Over to you, Tatenda. We can stand here so that we get a group photo.
Thanks, Jeffrey. I'll just do my brief citation and I'll hand over to you. So this story is actually a radio story, and colleagues, I just wanted to also highlight that yes, it's important now, 2023, we are talking about sort of like, kind of moving to the digital, and obviously I'm sure you would have seen through even our kind of governmental and regional efforts are sort of like moving that direction, but radio remains a significant medium of communicating with our citizens, especially in the marginalized communities that we work with. And it is our duty again here that we strengthen media, but we also strengthen, especially, media, especially the kind of traditional, as they say, radio, television, and newspapers, which remain a very key resource for our citizens to actually, access information. So I just wanted to, kind of highlight that point as well. So Christopher Chi's story was focusing on, sexual reproductive health and rights, and, the challenges that adolescents face in accessing health facilities. And here it was really specifically focusing on, especially for those that are living with, disabilities. So often we talk about this program, so often we've got initiatives, and we tend to forget the kind of the multi-dimensions, contextual factors of our communities. And here the story actually highlights that even with sort of like a number of initiatives, both by government, both by civil organizations, in terms of actually advancing access to sexual and reproductive health and rights within our communities, that we're still hampered by other kind of challenges. Here we're talking about also a sort of like a poor understanding of actually, the context that, our communities are in, but also not appreciating the kind of diverse abilities of our citizens as well, that really need to be catered for as we actually advancing these programs. So here it actually highlights, kind of this challenge that actually the, young people face rather, in accessing health services, especially those that are living with disabilities. So it is also our responsibility, again, as civic actors, to our responsibility as a government, that even our initiatives, that they also have to take into account issues of diversity. They have to take into account just understanding our context that that our communities are in, so that they can actually be effective. Because yes, it is important to deploy a particular program. It is important to deploy a particular initiative, but we also need to ensure that we understand the context, and through that we can also have very customized deployment of services, even across our own kind of in the same country, right? Might have differences across particular districts, particular regions, etc. So that's also quite important. And this story highlight that. So this is a recognition to Christopher. So over to you, Jeffrey, for you to do the.
Thank you very much, Tantenda. I think we have already congratulated our colleague. Maybe we can just give a round of applause to Ntungulu Vazmai for our friends. Thank you very much, Christopher. I think we are very proud of you as a country. Please continue the good work you are doing. And I think reporting, someone mentioned about the challenges which people living with disabilities, they are facing in accessing these services. So thank you very much for highlighting on that. Over to you, Tatenda.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. I'm going to move to the third and last recognition for today in terms of the installment of the Social Accountability Reporting Awards, and this is from Walelwa Zulu from Zambia, and again this is a radio story from Phoenix FM in Zambia, and. Jeffrey, should I hand over to you?
Zambia Kuchalo. Well done.
All right. Thank you. So the story is on food security. So that's the category that it falls into. This story was really a very broad impact assessment of the governmental programs that actually have to do with ensuring that there's food security within Zambia. And its kind of relationship, or its how it links to in terms of ensuring that people can get to a place where they are their welfare is taken care of in this particular instance. So it was really a very kind of a broad story, and here it shows a thorough sort of like understanding of the kind of the different kind of programs that the government is doing, but also kind of understanding the space that Zambia finds itself within the region in terms of ensuring that there's food security, etc., and where it actually caters to the welfare, especially of those that are living in sort of like disadvantaged. And look, as an academic myself, I don't like to use the word disadvantaged, but I'd rather say in marginalized sort of like context as well. And again, the story kind of highlight this, this importance of actually understanding the contextual issues and the importance that as the efforts, whether globally, whether it's regional efforts, in terms of food security, that there is an imperative on all of us to ensure that there is accountability, there is monitoring of those programs. Are they actually serving the purpose? Is the inputs, or if it is really farmer, small order farmers' inputs, are they reaching the small scale farmers? Are they actually being used for what they're meant for? And is there someone who's actually following up to do a monitoring and evaluation exercise to ensure that that program is effective, but also ensuring that as other programs are implemented, we also have built up intelligences, we've built up enough knowledge of knowing what works and what doesn't work as we actually deploy our programs and services. So again, this story kind of highlighted that, and it was really something that we also wanted to recognize. So over to you, Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Tatenda. I don't know, maybe if there's space just to allow the recipient just to say one or two words.
That's okay.
I think, colleagues, you can come again, Chise and Balewa. We are very proud of you and see you as you have represented us well. So we can celebrate. We want ni region award. So yeah. So just under 2 minutes, just say what this means to you. Thank you. Please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I'm truly honored and humbled. Okay, I'm truly honored and humbled to stand before you and basically to receive this award, which I can say it's a prestigious kind of, and I did not expect it, but obviously this is it, and this is what it is. I want to thank ActionAid,
you deserve
as well
it.
as Partners for Social Accountability Alliance for recognizing my contribution in this sector. I think this will go a long way in motivating me going forward. I would also want to thank my station management at the station, that is 5FM, and not forgetting my family at home and friends. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. It's quite difficult to speak when you did not expect to speak, but I'll just say thank you so much for the recognition. For me, it goes back to appreciating the fact that beyond what we do, we always put a human face who is suffering the consequences of the decisions that policymakers put in place. And so every single time that we cover, whether it's politics, business, anything that is related to just social accountability, we put in place, we put forward a face of someone who's receiving the decision that the president is going to say, the minister is going to say, and how they actually manage the public resources. So being recognized for me, it's an honor and a real privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Tatenda, I think for us, just maybe as a country, we are very happy and also we're very grateful to all the consortium members and especially Highway Africa who came here to support training the journalists in investigative journalism. So we are hoping that again next year we'll scoop more awards, and we have quite a number of journalists who are in the house, so equally they are eager to write more about it. Social accountability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you to Julie, our project consortium manager, for the technical.
Yeah, Tatenda, Malawi also can say one or two.
Yeah, please.
Right. Quickly, come to the front. I'll ask Bright to just say one or two words, and so I'll ask Pamela Wari, as a presenter of the award on behalf of the consortium, just also one or two words. Please, quickly.
Thank you very much. I'm also humbled with the recognition that I've received today for the story that I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm saying I'm humbled with the recognition that I've just received from Highway Africa on a story on food security. I know for sure that at least we have talked about the affordable inputs program and the challenges that it faces, but the angle that was taken in the story, it was really unique, because people, especially women, they rarely talk about offering sex, because especially the married ones, they don't talk about it. So I'm happy that at least it has exposed that problem, which I think government will act on it, because they promise that at least they will be able to track the people who have been doing that. Otherwise, thank you very much. I'm energized. I will continue writing more on such issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bright. Pamela, just one or two words. Yeah, thank you, Tatenda. Pamela.
Thank you so much, Wells. I feel bad that I have to say some closing remarks when I was not here in the morning, but it was because we also had a very big event at BICC where we were launching our climate campaign, but also the Fund Our Future report. And I was so pleased that when I walked in here, I found someone talking about climate change and what we need to do in response, which means that the two events that we had today were interconnected. I would like to appreciate your presence. I know it's been a long day. The discussions were rich, and congratulations for successful participation in the dialogue. But also, as Malawi, I think we have done well in this project. That's why they repeatedly came back to us to host. So good job to everyone, but also good job to you all for your contributions and input to the rich discussion that we had today. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Pamela. Since you're also the one who presented the award, thank you so much. Hand over to you, Tatenda team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'm just going to conclude, just say my concluding remarks so that we can move on with the program. So I'd like to thank our consortium partners on this project, as well as the Partnership for Social Accountability Alliance that have actually been part of this program together with Iowa Africa at Rhodes University. I would like to especially thank the financial support we've received from the Swiss Agents for Development and Cooperation, SADC. We've actually made this possible through the financial support. So I'd like to appreciate them at this juncture. And I think talking about the next steps for this, in terms of the awards, and I hope Julie is not going to fire me after saying this, but we have a lot of work cut out for us, especially within the media. But I think this really broadly speaks all of us in ensuring that there's equity, in terms of our programs. So, our programs should advance women, should advance young people. I even feel very strange and hot in my seat to even mention, to talk about this from a man kind of perspective. But I think it is important that we ensure that, that also reflects through our programs. But, it will lend itself in a way that even our programs will tend to benefit the same group of people, tend to benefit men, tends to benefit older men, older people, by the way. So there is actually an imperative on all of us to ensure that even as we develop our programs, as we implement our projects, that we ensure that we've got the equity as part of the fundamental objective of our efforts. And here I think is going forward as a project that we're also wanting to have more awards by the early next year. We're hoping to have more awards, but here focusing specifically on ensuring that we also recognize women, recognize young people that are doing tremendous work under very, very difficult circumstances. Again, talking about the socioeconomic factors, but also talking about just the difficult circumstances that women find themselves in, especially within our region. The difficult circumstances that our young people, the young people voices find themselves in being misunderstood or perhaps not being taken seriously in the region, that also becomes a priority kind of focus area that recognize young people. Perhaps maybe not that are in the mainstream journalism, but those that are doing tremendous work even online through TikTok, etc., in ensuring that we can actually put issues of food security, we can put food issues of agriculture, as well as sexual HR issues in the forefront. So that is it from me, and I really want to thank you for your time, and thanks to Julie for coordinating with me on this particular project. So I really appreciate your advice and your wisdom in guiding and ensuring this installment actually happens today. So thank you very much, and I'll hand over to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tatenda, for looking after the presentation of the awards, taking care of business. And once again, a big congratulations to the winners. It's great to see people that are excelling when it comes to the issues of journalism. Colleagues, we are running way behind schedule, and I do recognize, particularly for the participants from Tanzania, that this is almost 5 o'clock or after 5 p.m. And as such, it might be difficult for them to still continue engaging. But nevertheless, let me just outline the next steps where we want to go. Ideally, we would like you to spend an hour or so, if you may, just going through the action plans that you developed last year, and trying to see from those action plans the progress that you have made, because I do believe that the coordinators have already done a fair amount of work in extracting information. So very briefly, just discussing the progress that has been made, and also looking at some of the items that were presented today, which came up during our interaction. We've prepared a template for you, and that template, you can access it online. This template, we would like you to use it when you come through to give feedback tomorrow in the plenary session. And this template essentially takes you through, Sagai, if you can go to the next page, it takes you through the key priorities. You can also download it using this QR code in case you don't have it or you don't have it online. You'll be able to access it through this code. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the template, let's move on for the evaluation. Let's go to the slide on the template, the session template. Okay, the template will come up. I'm going to suggest that for the government representative who are not able to participate in tomorrow morning's report feedback, that maybe they could also give us their inputs before they leave. If there were presentations that had been prepared by the government officials. Julie, just guide us on this particular aspect.
Thank you, Daniel. I think we can hear from our colleagues in the countries as well. I know we have government representatives here from the national level across the different countries who are going to present on the RISDP at the national level. Perhaps if they could kindly stay on and make their presentations now. My suggestion is that they make the presentations now, and then tomorrow morning, instead of having a report back from each of the countries and the regional, that we also use that time for breakaway discussions among the various participants on the action plans.
Okay, excellent. So the suggestion is therefore to have presentations from the government officials who are with us right now before we then go into the breakaways, but we continue the breakaways in the other session that we had planned on feedback. So can I then request we just go around, starting with Malawi? Is there any presentation from Malawi?
Daniel, if you're okay, then we can always break now, and we can go into breakaway now. And each of the country government representatives can present individually.
Okay, all right. That sounds like a good plan, Julie. So the government representatives can present during the breakaway sessions at a national level, so that way they can then engage fully in whatever we are discussing. So the templates that we have, if I can just quickly guide you on that template, which would like you to deal with, if you can have the template on the screen. So basically, each of the countries should consider this template where you talk about the short-term issues that you'd like to address or to be monitored, and activities, key activities, the timeline, who's responsible, is this funded or not, and also where are we as far as these are concerned. And we have short term before August 2024, and then long term August 24 up to 2030. Let's try to be very focused and not generate a long list. Last year, we did develop some very comprehensive action plans, and clearly you can see the challenges that we faced when it came to following up and implementing these action plans. So please make sure that you only focus on key priorities that you think are really important. So lastly, before the breakaway session, so that we are all clear, in terms of our agenda for tomorrow, we were supposed to meet at 8:30, and I'm looking, this is South Africa or Botswana time. We will only convene in plenary at 9:30. So my suggestion is that the breakaways continue early tomorrow morning. You can even start earlier than 8:30, whatever time suits you, so that you are then in a position to give us feedback when we come to the point of looking at these reports. So the first presentation will be at 9:30 Botswana time, where we'll all then meet in plenary. But the breakaways will continue today and into tomorrow. Thank you, colleagues. Unless there are any other questions, we can then break away. Wells, did you want to ask a question?
Okay, thank you very much. So now we've done the breakaway. If you look, we check in your folder, you'll see that there's a Zambia action plan. So things which we discussed yesterday and which we wanted the government to go and act upon. So I'm going to invite now Minister of Finance, who is going to make a presentation. Then after that, we have facilitators. We are going to break into groups. Health will be read by Moses from SAFED. Raise your hand. So if you want to, those who are working on health related issues, you'll see Moses once we break away into our session. Then there'll be another group which will be looking at issues on public finance management. And this will be led by our colleague Jacob here. Then there will be a group also on agriculture. It will be led by our sister there, Madam Tinta from ZAB. Then there will be also another group that will be led by our colleague Sajif from CAT. Let me just hold on a second. So in the meantime, Mr. Strasford from Ministry of Finance, you can come forward. Then on youth agenda, we will also invite, I want to be very strategic in terms of choosing. Sometimes Richard last time and all the youths, Richard, raise your hand. All the youth, you join Richard to go and just ensure that you capture all your issues. Then have I left anything? Mr. Jacob, just guide check on the action plan. So that to make sure that we have not left any sector. Okay. All right. Gender issue. Gender issues. Okay. Agriculture, I think is Madam Mutinta. So gender issue and volunteer, Sajif, but would have loved to, our colleague from AAAZ, gender issues. I think it would be only right if you take lead as a lady, as a woman. So so you take lead on the gender issue. Yeah. So thank you very much. Now we can give a round of applause to Mr. Msonda as he comes to present on. Thank you.
Jeff, let me just come through and explain what is going on so that we are very clear. We are now going to be put into rooms for the breakaway. So whatever you're doing in Zambia, you do it in your own session. Zimbabwe, they will have their own session. Malawi will have their own session separately, and the regional platform will also have their own session. So just allow the tech people to assist us in organizing the rooms so that we are not all sitting in the same room at this point in time. Stevie, if we can please create the breakout rooms and assign the various participants into the breakaways.
Daniel, it looks like someone is already setting up the breakout rooms.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks as if people are already moving into various breakout rooms, Daniel.
Thanks very much, Stevie. Excellent. Well done. And then the regional meeting is that now proceeding with their breakaway.